and the Brave Victors are right. I am sensational, aka Wings and welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture. And today we are going to be diving into episode 1 of our From Watcher to Reader series, and that is right. We about to be getting all into it. I hope everybody is having a good day today. It is season 4 of From Watcher to Reader. This is book 4 of The Wheel of Time, The Shadow Rising. And so far, I am absolutely loving this book. That's all I'm going to say, first and foremost. I'm just having a lovely time. I mean, it feels so good to be back when it comes to book club, man. And just, yeah. And then, I had to, I'm listening to Rosamund Pike and all of that. And yes. Why do I feel like that's not her name? I feel like every time I say her name, it doesn't seem like it's her name. But Rosamund been doing she's been doing a banging job, yet again with this book, and I'm so sad. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be the last book that they probably have of her doing the reading as well, because you know what I mean. The show's canceled, so I don't. I'm pretty sure that was a. I'm pretty sure that was a package deal. So hashtag save Watt for show, because man, I need her back. I need it all back. Gone too soon, gone but never forgotten. You know what I'm saying? But today we're going to be talking about chapters 1 through 6 of Wheel of Time for our From Watcher to Reader series. If you guys haven't already, make sure you go and check out the new channel that we have, From Watcher to Reader. That's where book club will be going on after this book club. This is going to be the last season 4 is going to be the last season of book club that's happening here on this channel, and then all of the next episodes and seasons will be on our From Watcher to Reader channel. So make sure you go follow that, go subscribity dooski and all that good stuff. And then I'm planning on posting some of the old book club episodes over there as well, so we can just have everything across the board good to go. You know what I'm saying? Good to go. As we do things around here, you already know we're going to be starting with chat talk and talking to chat, just seeing how everything is going with y'all, because it's going pretty. This has been a good week for me so far. I mean, what is today? It's Wednesday, obviously. It's Wheelie Wednesday, and a wonderful Wheelie Wednesday it has been. I was very busy this last week, so I was not able to do all the things that I wanted to do, but I got all the stuff I needed to get done. You know what I'm saying? When you have, you want to get more done sometimes, but sometimes you can only get done what you can get done. And that's how it was for me this past week, but that's okay. I enjoyed this reading so much. Like, it was so good, yo. It was actually magnificent. Like I said, it just feels so good to be back um to just being back to Robert Jordan, because man, his writing is just impeccable, and I love it. I love so much stuff about this book as well, like just the different things that happen, like the way that they happen, the way that they go on. We're gonna talk about it, but man, it just felt so good to be back. That's all I'm gonna say. Um, I hope you guys are having a good day. I hope you guys are having a wonderful Wheelie Wednesday, because I know I am indeed. And as you can see, it's spooky season up in this thing. Shout out to my wonderful wife, Remy, of course, for hooking it up. We got Grogu in a cauldron over here, a little spider web and stuff, some caution tape. We got some pumpkins back here, and of course we got the orange lights going on as well. So it's some spooky time. I hope y'all are happy for spooky time. I think I want to watch some Jeepers Creepers and play some creepy games over here on the channel, but Remy be too scared to do it with me. So we gonna see though. Yo, what's up with the KP? How you doing? Hope you having a good day today, brother. Hope you are having a good day today indeed. Okay, let me get some stuff set up over here real quick. No, I already did this. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, indeed, brother. Yeah, man. On Saturday, that was just Saturday, right? When we did that? Was that Saturday? Yeah. On Saturday, in out here in Merced, we did our Alzheimer's charity walk. Remy Remy was that. I don't even know what like the thing is. You were a team captain. Remy was team captain of the Alzheimer's walk here in Merced, and it was awesome, yo. It was a good time. A lot of people in the city came out, um, and it was really cool, yo. I really loved. I really had a good time. It was awesome to do something and know that it's for a good cause, and also know that it's given back and all this other stuff. And it was awesome to see the city come out for it all of it, like just across the board. It was really good times. Um, and yeah, it was amazing. I'm pretty sure I have. Oh no, I haven't made the link. Did you know? Did you find out if I was able to use your link for stuff or not? I am. Okay, for sure. So yeah, I'll go ahead and drop that link for the Alzheimer's um, charity if you guys want to donate to it. All proceeds go straight to them and stuff from the link that we have that I'll have in the chat for you. Um, and it'll take you to Remy's stuff, and then you can do all the things there. So if you do that, I appreciate it. Just share the link if you don't. You feel me? But yeah, I think today's gonna be a good day, yo, for this reading. It was fantastic, magnificent, even. Like it was. I had a good time. Every step of the way, I enjoyed myself thoroughly. You know what I mean? That's how the reading was today, and I really love that. I love when it's like that, when it's like, okay, I am enjoying every moment of this right here. And then when they bring certain things up and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I forgot." Like all of that was going on for me, and I really did love it. Like it had me almost giddy. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? But yep, this season is going to be a 10-episode journey covering the Shadow Rising in full. For the second episode, we're obviously going to be covering chapters 1 through 6. And of course, Jordan came in swinging yet again, yo. Like, bro, like, just like from chapter 1. By the way, chapter 1 was so long that it was split into two parts. Like, chapter 1 was an hour long on Audible. And then chapter 2 was like an extra. No. It was chapter 1, and then it was chapter 1 part 2. So chapter 1 was an hour, and then chapter 1 part 2 was like 37 minutes or something like that. And then chapter 2 was also a two-parter, which was also super long, where the chapter 2 part 1 was like 57 minutes, and then chapter 2 part 2 was also like another 30 something minutes. And I was like, Jesus, these are the longest chapters ever. And they are indeed the longest chapters ever. And I could not believe how long the chapter was. Like it just kept going and going and going. And it was awesome. I was actually recording reactions after every chapter, but of course the files got corrupted because why wouldn't they? But I'll try to do that for the next section as well, as that is like try to give my reaction after each chapter and just be like, holy da 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 or whatever, you know what I mean? And then that way it can also be like a little 15-minute video of me going point to point, kind of talking about different stuff and getting it going in that manner. Something else that I am hoping to bring into the fray in this season, even though I've never done it before, but I'm hoping to figure it out, is I'm hoping to bring in a whiteboard of sorts where we will be able to talk, like I'll be able to be like, okay, Rand or whatever, and then this can get put somewhere, and so on and so forth, and then we can kind of try to figure it out along the way. Where is that at? Wait, wait a minute. Oh, here we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, man. How do you feel about how the first part is setting up the book? I enjoy it. That was one of my that was one of my first notes as well. I got the handy dandy notebook out as well for this time around, and one of my first notes is I love how RJ always gives us a breather, in the sense of time to catch up. So that's one of my first notes. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good with the first part of the book. It's doing something in a good way where it's like reintroducing us to everything that we kind of already know about, but it like if you don't remember, you're gonna get that refresher. And if you do remember, it's still gonna be nice to kind of understand everything. Even the way that the characters are introduced one at a time, all of that works really well. So yeah, all of that was just solid, yo. And we'll get into it. We'll get into it. We'll get into it. Let's see. I don't know where my stuff is kind of tweaking on my end because I have so much more that I should be looking at, but it's not showing me everything. Gosh darn technology. Okay, there's my book. There's my script. Okay. Okay, yeah, all my stuff is right here. I'm tripping, but I'm not tripping. Let's get that there. Boom. Okay, beautiful people. How are we doing? All right. So, of course, if you guys haven't already, make sure you drop a like on the stream because, of course, these YouTube guys, they need a sacrifice of some kind in order to put me in the algorithm, and that sacrifice is unfortunately one of your likes. But I just appreciate you if you can. Make sure you share it on your Twitter sphere, the blue skiers, and anything else that is here to get us out this atmosphere. Okay, that was kind of corny, but I stand by it. You feel me? I hope everybody's having a good day today, and I am so ready to talk about all these good things that's going to be happening here today. Okay, like I'm pretty excited to get into it, yo, because I feel like this is just such a. I feel like this book was a banger, and the way that we started off with as well was a banger. And yeah, bro, like I had a good time with all of it, quite literally. So we're gonna get into it, yo. There's nothing else to it but to do it. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into book one. Book one, chapter one of book four. We're gonna get to talking about it, yo. Like I said, I've never really done one of these type of like tree things before. And I don't know how I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna try to do something like with some type of detective board here. If you guys have any ideas of things that I can write down or take note of, let me know. I was like writing. I have a lot of like written notes here, but when it comes to like detective boards, I really don't know how to do it. But I can like, I can do like Dragon Reborn, and then I can have this like right here, and then I can like zoom out, and then I can write something else like Taverin, you know what I mean? Like something like that. And then I can put this here and then put it like that, and then I can drop a line here and then connect them. You know what I mean? Like we can get a little nerdy up in this thing if you guys want to get a little nerdy. I don't know. I don't know how nerdy we might get. It's possible. But all right, I just wanted to let that be known that it's there. You feel me? At just in case. I don't know. You next week we might come back and I have that fully filled out with some of my notes here. I didn't have time to put it all in there already, or I would have. But as we go, if we want to throw some little notes down or something, I could be like, okay, this is that, this is that, that is this. Let me know how you guys feel about that in the comment section down below. I feel like I had stuff ready, but now all of it is gone. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Boom. All right, I found what I was looking for. Thank, thank the light. Um. Oh my gosh, and and you guys know I eat up POVs. The POVs for this one was fire. Okay, let's get this poll going. Let's get this poll going. Who's your favorite character going into book 4? That's really what I want to know. Who's your favorite character going into book 4? Um, I think we can only give 4 options, so of course we got to go with Rand, Egwene, Perrin, or Matt. Uh, Sorry, it only gives us 4 options. If it's someone different, drop them in the comment section down below, okay? Drop them in the comment section down below if it is someone different from those options, because I would like to know. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. So that's going to probably be the end of chat talk right there. We got a little stuff out, told you about all the stuff that was going on. If you do so feel so inclined to do so, as I said, please do donate. If I don't have the link, wait, I should get the link right now. Let's see. Here it is. Yeah, the walk to ends Alzheimer's. Even though we already did the walk, I'm pretty sure that yeah, the donation and everything is still open. So if any of you guys want to do that, that is there in the comments section down below. Check that out. It's all appreciated. Um, okay, let's get into it. Let's get into our overall. I don't even know why I have. Oh, I do know why I have these on. All right. I'm sorry. It's been a while. I forgot. I'm trying to get into the flow of things. You feel me? So let's
Chapter
get
1.
it. Whoa. Let's get it here. It's time to get into our overall thoughts of this book. Okay, overall thoughts of book 4 start now. As I've already said, I enjoyed it so much. Like from the start to the finish, from chapter 1 to chapter 6, I had a really good time. It was insane that the chapters were so long. Like I said, that was something I did not expect. Just looking at my chapter list over here through Audible, chapter 1, part 1 is 1 hour and 3 seconds, and then chapter 1, part 2 is 39 minutes. So that it just already set the bar high from what was about to go on. And as someone who absolutely loved POVs, it threw us through a lot of them. A lot of POVs we were going through them through this entire section. We even got to see some of the bad guy POVs, which I thought was really cool. I thought that was really cool, and I really did not expect it. So many characters that were, for a lack of better words, we are reintroduced to a lot of characters, and I think that's the best way to do it. You know what I mean? Getting reintroduced to these characters because they like we know them already, but the way that I look at it is every book could be someone's first book. Everyone's not a super nerd like me to where I find out there's 14 books and I'm definitely going to start at number 1. Some people just find a book in the library and will start at 5, you know what I mean? And then or whatever number and then just continue and then want to read the books before that to actually know what's going on. That happens for some people. I'm not one of those people. I need to know what's going on linearly or at least how the story was released. You feel me? At the very least. Um, we find out a lot of little things throughout each chapter, each section, from everyone's point of views, just how the overall state of the world is. As always, we'll get into the nitty gritty as we go through our chapter by chapter discussion. But just to start it off like that, it's just like I said, it was really cool to see like Elida's point of view, to see Alvierian, Lord, just even the people that are just at the high tower. And you never know who's gonna come up again. So I was writing down the majority of everyone's names. Of course, my boy Perrin. I love Perrin. Like he's basically my favorite character in the book so far. So his POV was awesome. I love the little banter between him and Fael. They're always, doing. They're always. I think they're always just good there's always good vibes. One thing that I also noticed throughout this duration of the reading is that there was the word flicker placed throughout the reading like quite often. Like it was like the word flicker is used like not sparingly. Like it's said multiple times in a lot of different places in the book, and I thought that was just kind of interesting. Um, um, I mean, it wouldn't be Robert Jordan if we didn't have at least one horny section. You know what I mean? And that was kind of wild. Introduction to some new. I don't know if metaphysics is the right word to call it, but just some new things that we didn't know about, and just finding out a little bit more about what's going on with the Dark One and how, with the seal breaking, all of the effects that actually can bring, other than just the Forsaken being the main issue. It's like, no, there's a lot of other things that are gonna be caused because of darkness being able to breach into our world, and I thought that was dope. Um, Oh, and I really did enjoy the way that we were able to see some of the stuff that was kind of going on within the show at this point, but having it take place in the book. I always loved to be able to do those book to show comparisons and really be able to dive a little bit deeper into what those things, I don't know if I want to say what those things mean, but just to see the way that they do actually blend the story in together. It's actually pretty nice. There are moments where I'm reading and I'm kind of getting irritated at how the show changed something. Not like irritated to where like it's distracting, but it's I just make a mental note of it. I was like, oh wow, in the show, this moment was blended with this moment and this moment and this moment. Like all of these different moments happened completely different in the show, but I also understand why they happened differently in the show. Like I just like to be able to see the comparisons of certain things. Um, but focusing on the reading, I really enjoyed being able to like it was like cool. It was kind of crazy having to kind of train my brain to chisel like the show stuff that I know, basically, because the book is so different from the show, even though they're based off of the same core concept. The way that we get to a lot of those beats is very different. So I like how it's just like you separate the moments. And I remember before we got into this book, I was kind of confusing some of those moments with each other. Like I was like thinking something that happened in the show actually happened in the book, and then through this reading, it was just cool to see how all of those moments connected to the actual things that happened in the book versus the actual things that happened in the show. Um, so yeah, that was cool. That was really cool. I'm not gonna lie. Um, we got to see so many characters from their POVs as well. That's kind of what I appreciated. I've already kind of talked about the POVs, but I also want to make note of how we got to see people's POVs that we've never seen before, or people that I don't want to say don't matter, but like in the grand scheme of the story, uh, it was just very I was just not. I wasn't ready for it, but I liked it. I liked it. Every single POV, legit. And I think we see about 6 POVs, if I'm not mistaken, because we go from parent. No, 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 no. We go uh, from men to Elida. No, I'm lying. There was way more POV switches than that, because yeah, we switched POVs like 8 times. I think I stopped counting how many POV switches there were after the 8th one, because I was like, this is crazy. Not eighth, I'm sorry, but you know what I mean. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There was about four to six POVs in this first 6 chapters, just from going from one character to the next, and that was awesome though. I loved it. I loved it, man. We got to see so many things from different angles, and then I don't know if we heard things get repeated, but it was like I think in one of the earlier chapters we hear a pigeon is coming to Swan Sanchan, and then we hear later on from Moiraine's point of view that she sent a pigeon to Swanshan. Like I just like little things like that. It works. It works for me. Um, but yeah, I just love point of views. Point of views are my favorite thing. Legit. Point of views have always been one of my favorite parts of storytelling, especially Robert Jordan's. Because the point of views are just immaculate. Okay, I think that is safe to say that is my overall thoughts of the book. And it's gonna be safe to go into the chapter by chapter review and discussion. Or we can get into a little chat talk if y'all want to tell me about how you was feeling about this part. Or if you have any questions when it comes to the overall thoughts. Um, couldn't believe there was no prologue, but when you have the first chapter be two like the first chapter is so long, it's just kind of insanity. It's kind of insanity how long that first chapter is, yo. Um, but I dig it, yo. I dig it. And bro was like, we're flickering through characters, and then the word flicker is just throughout this entire thing as well, and I like that. I thought that was pretty neat, pretty nifty, if you will. Okay. Okay. Not even the longest one, which that's just diabolical, bro. That's just diabolical. Oh yeah, chapter 47 is long as hell. Now it gotta be the longest chapter, right? Because it was chapter one and it was like two parts. Oh, maybe you mean like in the whole series and not just this book? Because that took me by surprise, bruh. That just took me by surprise. I was like, yo, we still in chapter one. Like I was reading and I was highlighting and stuff, and then I was like, oh bro, wait. We're still in chapter one. But I really loved it though. All right. All right, let's get it going, you guys. I appreciate having all of you here. Um, Probably next week I'll have some little some little stuff going on in here. Just some little just other stuff popping up. Like usually through these transitions, I'll play little self ads and stuff. I should have some new ones coming up soon. Just so y'all know, I won't be. You ain't gonna have to hear the same stuff over and over again. I'll be able to fluctuate through some different things and hopefully get you guys some stuff that you actually might care about or give people some opportunities to get some things and win some things. Um, Speaking of win some things, I still got my mic right here. Shout out to Watt Idol. Shout out to Watt Idol. That's amazing. I love everything that they do. Wait, where's it at? Oh, I got my Dragon Mount thing right there, and then I got my backpack right here. This backpack absolutely rocks socks as well. Took it with me when we went to the the walk, so I can have all my stuff on me. So I can have my stuff on me. Big shout outs to everybody. All right. Let's get into our chapter by chapter review and discussion, yo. It looks like Grogu is trying to read with you. For real. He's like, hey, what's going on? What's going on over there? Let's see. Let's get it. It is time for the meat and potatoes. This is when we really get to nerd out, you know? Let me bring my book up. There it is. There we go. I got my book. I got Audible. You know, I low key really be studying this thing, taking notes, highlighting, listening, and reading at the same time. We going down. We going down because we really just get to nerd out, and that's why I also got the thingamajigger. I'm telling you. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, excuse me. All right. Let's get into
Chapter 1 Seeds of Shadow.
bruh. So we start off just understanding that it's basically been some I feel like it's been a while. It's been a while since the last book. I feel like they imply that it's been months since where we left off at, and a lot of things have been kind of going down. Min is the first character that we're kind of introduced to, and kind of like I said before, I think they do such a good job of not only introducing us to these characters, but reintroducing us to these characters. That's something that I said in the overall thoughts, but it's also my first note here. Just even reintroducing us to the city and talking about Tarvalon and talking about how it's the heart of everything that's kind of going on. Um, I enjoyed that so much. And then we start with kind of this epic. I think it's an epigraph or something in the beginning of the chapter, and there's one part that really stood out to me, and it says, who shall be born of the dawn, born of the maiden, according to the prophecy, he shall stretch forth his hands to catch the shadow, and the world shall scream in pain of salvation. What, like, scream in the pain of salvation? It's basically just being like, yo, in order to save, you must break, like, and that's kind of an insane. I guess that's my take on what it's saying, but it also seems like that is what that means specifically. Um, but like I said, we start with Min. I like that it goes out of its way to kind of let us know that Min is again hiding out or just looking different. She's not wearing her normal her normal get up that she's usually rocking. She's looking a little different, and she's uncomfortable, but she still is able to kind of skate on by since no one is used to men looking the way looking like that. And I thought that was really funny. Um, Something else that happened in my translation of the book, it says north and west, but when in the audiobook, it said north and east the wind blew, and I just thought that was interesting, like an interesting little change. I don't know what that was about. Um Um, yeah, I think I just really enjoyed the way that we were like reintroduced to Dragonmount, just letting us know where the dragon had died, and with him, some said the Age of Legends. Like really, just painting the picture, even letting us know like within those walls, Ogier made buildings well over 2,000 years old seem to grow out of the ground rather than having been built. Like, bro, yes, like yeah, like giving us all of this world building, giving us all of this understanding of what's going on. I think that just worked really well. Um and this is something I really enjoyed. This saying right here: "The wheel of time turns around Tarvalon, and Tarvalon turns around the tower." Like, that was beautiful. That is just, bruh. I'm telling you, the way that the everything is just melded together, it just blends and meshes so well. Um, the fact that it was the heart of the Aes Sedai would still have overawed the island city. Man, again, just really setting the tone. Yeah, Min sneaks in trying to be all secretive. she's also on a mission from Moiraine, but it's like she wants to act like she's not on a mission from Moiraine. You know, everybody wants to do their best to not do what Moiraine wants them to do, but everybody ends up doing what Moiraine wants them to do anyway, and that's high key what's going on. Like that's what we can see is happening here. Obviously, like the main point of her being here is to send a message, and I think she also calls men a pigeon at one point, like because she says she sent multiple pigeons, and I think she's also referring Moiraine, that is referring to men as being like one of her carrier pigeons. Lord. Um, we also get introduced to Faolain. Don't know how important Faolain becomes, but that's another name that comes up for sure. Uh, let's see. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's right. And Min is like seeing all of these different people, like when she's looking at them, she's seeing everyone is like dead or is going to die. And then it turns out that they're all going to die on the same day. And that's something that I thought was very interesting. The way that they told us that, like, and I love Min's power, like her ability. It works very well. Because most people, like, we don't really know how it works, to be honest, but she knows how. I guess we do know how it works. That's one of the things that I like about it, is that we kind of do know how it works, you know, like, and I think it even says it at one point, if she sees it, she knows it will be so. That's just that's nice. That's nice. That is nice. But also, uh wait. Oh yeah, here we go. It happened rarely, the knowing, much more rarely than the seeing. But when she knew, she was always right. Bruh, unlike most others, Aes Sedai and their warders always had images and auras, sometimes so many dancing and shifting that they made men dizzy. But this time, she knew more than she wanted to, and it made her shiver. I love it, man. I love it. We also get introduced to Ananda, who is a yellow Aja. Wait. Yeah. Yup. And then we see it says blood and skull and halo faded away in the dance of images around the three, came and faded again. The petitioners stared in awe, seeing only three women who could touch the source and channel the one power. No one but men saw the rest. No one but men knew those three women were going to die, all on the same day. Like, brother, I don't even know how that doesn't, send a little bit of chills. And this is where we also find out that Min's real name is Almendreda. Lord. We also find out she hates her name. And I think it's pretty easy to know why, because she is named Almendreda or Almendreda. I don't even know. And then one of the accepted keeps saying her name with emphasis on purpose to like get on her nerves. I thought that was funny. We also meet Sarah. Sarah is the one that ends up taking Min to the Amerlin seat. As they're walking, men keep seeing a whole bunch of crazy stuff, yo. It says warders hurried by with barely a glance for the two women, men who moved like hunting wolves, their swords only an afterthought to their deadliness, but they seemed to have bloody faces where gaping wounds and swords and spears danced about their heads, threatening. Their auras flashed wildly, flickered on the knife edge of death. She saw dead men walking, knew they would die on the same day as the Aes Sedai in the entry hall, or at most a day later. Even some of the servants, men and women with the flame of Tarvalon on their breasts, hurrying back about their work, bore signs of violence. An Aes Sedai glimpsed down a side hallway, appeared to have chains in the air around her, and another crossing the corridor ahead of Min and her guide seemed for most of those few strides to wear a silver collar around her neck. Min's breath caught at that. She wanted to scream. Bruh, oh my goodness. Like like yo, visions and dreams are some of my favorite stuff in writing, yo, because I think it's one of the best way to give people a literal glimpse as what can and or will happen next, or just to even raise some of those stakes so you know that whatever is going on is a little outside the realm of being able to just control it or being able to stop it, one or the other, you know. And then we also run into Gawain. I always forget this dude sucks, but everyone loves him. uh they do such a good job with the POV that I remember at one point I was like, wait a minute, what's going on? You know what I mean? Like that was literally my yeah, I couldn't remember since they didn't know what was going on with Egwene. I almost forgot what was going on with Egwene, and I had to legit remind myself that I do know what's happening with Egwene. I like that though. Again, I think that's really good. But we also find out that Egwene and Nynaeve and Elaine, they all came back to the White Tower, but then they re-left the White Tower. Not re-left, left again after that. There was also this weird moment where they're talking, and he's like, they have more secrets than... And then he just kind of trails off, and I immediately was like, more secrets. More secrets than what, Gawain? Lord, that was a lot of W's. More secrets than what? But we also find a lot out here. Let's actually get a little bit of understanding of what we do find out. Um, in this moment. All right, here we go.
Bloody mask again. More, a sword floated above his head, and a banner waved behind it. There are troubles everywhere. I don't say the tower is behind it, but even here things are not what they should be, or what they seem. Elaine and Egwene vanishing isn't the whole of it. Still, they are the part that concerns me. I will find out where they are. And if they have been hurt, if they are dead... He scowled, and for an instant his face was that bloody mask again. More, a sword floated above his head, and a banner waved behind it. The long-hilted sword, like those most warders used, had a heron engraved on its slightly curved blade, symbol of a blade master, and Min could not say whether it belonged to Gawain or threatened him. The banner bore Gawain's sigil of the charging white boar, but on a field of green rather than the red of Andor. Both sword and banner faded with the blood. Be careful, Gawain. She meant it two ways, careful of what he said, and careful in a way she could not explain, even to herself. You must be very careful. His eyes searched her face as if he had heard some of her deeper meaning. I will try, he said finally. He put on a grin, almost the grin she remembered, but the effort was plain. I suppose I had better get myself back to the practice yard if I expect to keep up with Gallard. I managed 2 out of 5 against Hamar this morning, but Gallard actually won 3 the last time he bothered to come to the yard.
Yo, crazy, right? I just love the way that we get to Oh my goodness. I just love the way that we get to experience all these different moments, yo. I really do. It gets me hyped. Then we also meet Leanne Sedai around here after she leaves, talking to him. Everyone is always so interested in what the hell is going on because they know there's something else going on, and I think that's really a cool note to be. Yeah. We'll talk about it after this part right here. Yeah, we'll talk about it right after this.
His leap to obey would have satisfied the hardest taskmistress. The Amelin Seat's study had been occupied by many grand and powerful women over the centuries, and reminders of the fact filled the room, from the tall fireplace, all of golden marble from Candor, cold now, to the panelled walls of pale, oddly striped wood, iron-hard yet carved in wondrous beasts and wildly feathered birds. Those panels had been brought from the mysterious lands beyond the Aiel Waste well over 1,000 years ago, and the fireplace was more than twice as old. The polished red stone of the floor had come from the mountains of mist. High arched windows let onto a balcony. The iridescent stone framing the windows shone like pearls and had been salvaged from the remains of a city sunk into the sea of storms by the breaking of the world. No one had ever seen its like. The current occupant, Suan Sanche, had been born a fisherman's daughter in Tyr, though, and the furnishings she had chosen were simple, if well-made and well-polished. She sat in a stout chair behind a large table plain enough to have served a farmhouse. The only other chair in the room, just as plain and usually set off to one side, now stood in front of the table atop a small Tyran rug, simple in blue and brown and gold. Half a dozen books rested open on tall reading stands about the floor. That was all of it. A drawing hung above the fireplace. Tiny fishing boats working among reeds in the fingers of the dragon, just as her father's boat had. At first glance, despite her smooth Aes Sedai features, Suan Sanche herself looked as simple as her furnishings. She herself was sturdy and handsome rather than beautiful, and the only bit of ostentation in her clothing was the broad stole of the Amelin Seat she wore, with one coloured stripe for each of the 7 Ajas. Her age was indeterminate, as with any Aes Sedai. Not even a hint of grey showed in her dark hair, but her sharp blue eyes brooked no nonsense, and her firm jaw spoke of the determination of the youngest woman ever to be chosen Amelin Seat. For over 10 years, Suan Sanche had been able to summon rulers and the powerful, and they had come, even if they hated the White Tower and feared Aes Sedai. As the Amelin strode around in front of the table, Min set down her bundle and began an awkward curtsy, muttering irritably under her breath at having to do so. Not that she wanted to be disrespectful, that did not even occur to one facing a woman like Suan Sanche, but the bow she usually would have made seemed foolish in a dress, and she had only a rough idea of how to curtsy. Halfway down...
See, and I even love that, right? They're letting us know how awkward Min feels, letting us understand right off the back, what's going on. I just love that. I love it. I love it all, yo. Min is awesome. Min is awesome. I think her character. I think Min is probably the character that got done low key the dirtiest in the show. But I think they had the idea. I think just like in the book, everyone continues to grow as the story goes on. I think that's probably the idea that they had for the majority of these characters, giving them a good status quo to start with, and something to build more off of after that. But here, when we're with Suan Sanche, the Amerlin Seat, and Min, Min actually sees her laying on the floor naked, and this is the first thing she says. And then Swan is like, "Yo, tell me everything." Basically, I really appreciate the similarities between Swan and Moiraine. They're very similar in that way, to where they're kind of like, "Hey, let's cut the bullshit and get straight to it." I know all this Aes Sedai have that kind of vibe to them, but Swan and Moiraine, they take more of the similar path with actually trying to make that happen. You know what I mean? Like, not make it happen, but it's like they make, even though they make everyone super uncomfortable, they also make people feel comfortable with that uncomfortability that they have around them. Not that they try to be like, oh, you don't need to not be uncomfortable around me. That's farthest from what they do, but it's just they allow that to not stop them from getting the answers. They be like, spit it out. You know what I mean? Like, you're not just a farm girl anymore, or whatever the hell they'll say. It's like, yo, you need to lock in. That's basically what they'll say. You need to lock in real quick. And it's like, okay, I like that. I like that. I like that about them both. Um, I do like that about them both. Chapter 1. And let's go the White Tower. At the White Tower. Um, there's just so many people and names and things going on. But as she tries to warn her about the battle, she asks her a dope ass question. Is like, yo, did you see a battle? Or are you just making the assumption that there's going to be a battle because you see people as dead? I mean, anything could happen. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I guess you're right. Anything could happen, but I think it's more likely that this is going to happen. Um, and we also get, I feel like there was a reason why they let us know that there was only two Aes Sedai besides Swan Sanche that knew what men could do. I don't know why that seems like something that needed to be brought up right here. So we find out that it is um men, not men. It's Varen is the other one. Like Varen, Moiraine, and Swan are basically the only ones that know about men's powers and the depths that they truly go to, and they also know that they don't really have anything to do with the one power. But they're also not sure why it doesn't have anything to do with the one power. You know what I mean? There's like a lot of stuff going on there. Uh, we also get a mention of the Children of the Light here, and I believe we actually go into the Children of the. Is that the next POV we go into? Is the Children of the Light, or do we go to Elida next? Oh no, we go to Elida next. Um, and Swan was so confident in what she was saying. She made me feel like she was like 100 steps ahead of everything that's going on or something. Like, it just that, and again, that's the whole Moiraine vibe. It's like, even when they say they aren't sure what the hell is going on, they still seem so confident that they know what the hell is going on, bro. It just throws me for a loop sometimes, yo. Like, I'm actively being gaslit by these people, like in this book. Like, this book is actively trying to gaslit you constantly, and it got to keep you on your toes, and it makes you question, like, wait, do I know this? Wait, is that true? And it's like, no, it's not true. Like, no, it's not true. You were there, you saw it from the actual POV of what was happening. They just are lying so well, but they're not lying because they can't lie, so they're just saying all these different things to make you question yourself. Like, it's like, yo, can I get a straight answer from somebody? That's how it feels a lot of the time during the reading. It's like, yo, like, Jesus, I'm getting gaslit by fictional characters right now. Um, but they just have a small conversation about, the Children of the Light, Eamon Valda, the Lord Captain Commander, Pedro Niall. They're just kind of talking. If they want to do something, they can pull up. They know where we at. That's kind of that's kind of the Amerlin Seat's whole vibe. Is if somebody want to do something, they know where they can find me. And I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty gangster of her to have that to have that notion, because she's straight up like, hey, they know where I'm at. I'm not hiding, and we ain't hiding, and we ain't running nowhere. If they coming, it's too late to run, so we gonna stand 10 toes down, and I can't be against that in any way, shape, or form. But we also find out about the Shining Walls and how they held off the Aiel and Arthur Hawkwing too. And she just says, like, Valdo will never break into Tarvalon unless the city is already falling apart from the inside. It's like, and that is something that continues to happen for like, it happens like 2 or 3 times at the most, where she's like, this is an unbreakable wall that no one will ever be able to come through unless it happens to fall from the inside. But this is the White Tower, and the White Tower will always be able to stand unless there just happens to be Black Aja here. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, wait a minute, what? So it's not safe, you know what I mean? Like, that's constantly what's going on, because she's like, this is the safest place that you can be because nowhere is safe. It's like, wait a minute, so this place isn't safe then? Like, what did you just say? You said this is the safest place I could be because nowhere is safe? That doesn't make sense. So let me go then if nowhere is safe, you know? But she does kind of try to, Min is trying to like beat to the point that, not beat to the point, but like get the point understood that she did see the silver collars that are used by the Shanchan. I just want to put this out. Having a character named Swan Sanche and then also having a group of people called the Shanchan, I feel like that's very close in the mouthfeel. Very close when it comes to just how those words, you know, are going on. But yeah, they kind of talk about them for a little bit and just kind of get a little, hey, we should watch them. But she's like, nah, we don't need to watch them. Again, she's like, if they pulling up, they know where we at, and they actually too scary to come over here in the first place. And it's like, whoa. I was like, whoa, she is going off right now, low-key. She really was. She was like standing 10 toes on it, and that was really just funny to me. I wasn't ready for her to just be so blatantly like, nah, bruh, if they want to make something happen, they know where I'm at. And I was like, whoa, this is crazy. But knowing how the Amaryllis seed is, it's like, I guess it's also not that crazy, you know? Oh, and then when she mentions the Black Aja, it's like, she's like, the Black. And then it's like the White Tower has always coldly denied the existence of a hidden Aja dedicated to the Dark One. The surest way to anger an Aes Sedai was merely to mention such a thing. For the Amaryllis seat herself to give the Black Aja reality so casually made Min's spine turn to ice. It's like, bro, we are in dire times right now. Like, this is not a time to play around. Oh, and this is another the way that this book handles, the way that this story, the entire series handles the meaning of prophecy and the dual meaning that some of these things can really come with, and how everything isn't always just, oh, this automatically means that this is what's going on, or this automatically means that what's going on. I love the way that we kind of balance the meaning of stuff and are kind of trying to teeter-totter back and forth with what could happen, because as it's like, no, these are the things that definitely need to happen for the prophecy to come to will. It's like, yeah, but all these other things that are happening are actually bad things. I believe the Amaryllis seat says the prophecies aren't what make him dragon reborn. All that takes is for him to admit that he's a dragon reborn, and he must have, if he is going for Kalendor, so because they don't know that he already has wielded the sword. And then she says the prophecies are meant to announce to the world who he is, to prepare him for what is coming, to prepare the world for it. If Moiraine can keep some control over him, she will guide him to the prophecies we can be sure of when he is ready to face them. And for the rest, we trust that what he does is enough. We hope. For all I know, he has already fulfilled prophecies none of us understand. The light send, it's enough. Like, oh man. But of course, all Min hears is that she's trying to control him. So she's like, I knew you were trying to control him in some way, shape, or form. And she's like, no shit, we're trying to control him. You think we're just going to let him out here with all this power and stuff and not try to have some type of say-so on how he wields this power? Like, there's no way that we're going to have that. There's no way we're just going to let that happen. There's no way we're just going to let that slide.
but this is the first I've heard you admit it. Min felt cold inside, angry. She added, "You haven't done such a good job of it so far. You and Moraine." Swan's tiredness seemed to slide from her shoulders. She straightened and stood looking down at Min. "You had best hope we can. Did you think we could just let him run about, loose, headstrong and stubborn, untrained, unprepared, maybe going mad already? Do you think we could trust to the pattern, to his destiny to keep him alive like some story? This isn't a story. He isn't some invincible hero. And if his thread is snipped out of the pattern, the wheel of time won't notice his going, and the Creator will produce no miracles to save us. If Moraine cannot reef his sails, he very well may get himself killed. And where are we then? Where is the world? The Dark One's prison is failing. He will touch the world again. It is only a matter of time. If Randall Thor is not there to face him in the last battle, if the headstrong young fool gets himself killed first, the world is doomed. The War of the Power all over again, with no Lews Therin and his 100 companions. Then, fire and shadow forever."
Yo, Roseman just does such a good job. You just feel that shit to the core, man. You just feel it to the core. It gets me excited, yo. It gets me very excited. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it, yo. I absolutely love it. Oh, but yeah, they keep talking about stuff and they're going back and forth. Let's see. Oh, and then and then before we switch POVs, the Emerald Seat basically, I don't want to say kidnaps Elmindred, but you know, she basically is like, "Yeah, you're not leaving here, bro. Like, I'm sorry, but you're wearing this dress from now on." Like she's like, "Okay, you're wearing this dress from now on. You're going by this name from now on." Like, bruh, basically gives her a whole cover story, and it just made me laugh because as she's telling her all this stuff, she's like, "Oh no, please, no, don't." And then there's also this really nice part where the Emerald Seat basically is like, "What, you think I don't know what it looks like when a woman is scared for her man?" I was like, "Oh, bruh, like, yes sir." Like, again, I feel like every time we, not just again, but when every time we learn about Take Two, every time we learn more about these characters, the more I feel like the casting for all of these characters was spot on. Like, even though stuff is happening differently, I still see the characters from the show in my head for a lot of these characters, and I think it fits them so well. You know, sometimes when you like hear the description of a character versus how they are in a book or something, it seems like night and day from that. But just the way that they describe all of this stuff, I feel like it was always open for interpretation of how these characters looked, even though it's not like super hardcore up for interpretation. But again, I think the show just tackles the look of the vibe of everyone so well that I see those people as well in the in the book. And I don't think it would be like that if they weren't somewhat similar. Does that make sense? But that brings us to the end of chapter 1, part 1. And before our POV shift, our first POV shift of the day. Yeah. Oh, and just to kind of get a look at the board real quick, this is how it's looking so far. I really don't know. I don't know what to put on it just yet. I just been kind of writing down some of the names that we've been learning every once in a while, you know. I don't really have anything else to add so far. again, I don't know how to do these nerd boards, so I'm just kind of going on like, okay, at the White Tower, in chapter 1, and then I'll probably do like, oh, you know what? I'll do that. Everyone that we actually get a POV from, I'll write POV next to their name, so we know that we saw stuff from there. POV. I'm not really sure what to, I'm not sure what to put down, yo. Part, part two, part two, part two. Men POV. No, this is Elida's POV now. Elida. What's up, girl? And I loved Elida's POV, man. I think maybe Elida might be the first character that did make me feel like maybe she looked different from the character that we see, but the vibe that she has is also so undoubtedly that actor. So it's just like, it's a good vibe, bruv. It's a good vibe. We learned so much from Elida's POV, and it actually had me shooketh. It really put into the picture perspective. It really put things into perspective as to how they're not really hiding anything that's happening as good as they think they are, right? Like us as the reader, we know all this stuff that's going on because we are seeing so many people's POVs. But when we get Elida's POV and she's immediately like putting all the stuff together that they've been trying to hide, undoubtedly, it's nice to see that our characters aren't necessarily as smart as they think they are. Right? It's like they are not up ahead as much as they think. They don't have the leg up as much as they think. Like Elida is quickly able to deduce. She's like, "Oh yeah, bruh. Rand is Tavern." And then I'm like, one of the things that I wrote down is, okay, Elida knows so much. And I was like, and then as she kept talking, I wrote down, holy shit, she knows damn near everything. Her perception is over 9,000 because she just kept, like, as she kept talking, she just continued to deduce different things, right? It was like we also got the understanding that she's known about not necessarily the relationship, but the friendship that stayed between Moiraine and Swan Sanche from when they were in school, when they were young, right? It's like she was there to see a lot of them, you know, like running through the halls together and whatnot. And then it's just kind of crazy. It's just so crazy to see how she could just figure out all of this on her own. Let's see. Yeah, and then we also know about Elida's foretelling. Elida has the ability to foretell sometimes. She has the ability to see future events. It came seldom and faintly, and that was still more than any Aes Sedai had since Guittara, more so dead now 20 years. So I think that also puts into perspective how strong Min is, because she's been doing this, she's been seeing crazy foretellings and having these crazy visions. But I feel like maybe that's different because it doesn't have anything to do with the one power. So maybe that's why she is having different visions, or she's not having foretellings, or you know what I mean? But yeah, we see her deduce that Egwene, Nynaeve, Althor are all from the same place. She knows about Perrin and Matt, and just how yeah, she says, instead of being woven into the pattern as the wheel of time chose, it forced the pattern to shape itself around them. And she had seen chaos swirling around him, division and strife for Andor, perhaps for even more of the world. The first foretelling had convinced her of that. Like, she's literally just going she's spiraling, but in a good way. You know what I mean? Like, she's spiraling, but in a good way. Randall Thor, Perrin Ibarra, Matrim Coffin. Like, she knows all their names, bro. That had me spooked. I was like, why does Elida know so much about everything already? Yeah, here we go. On the day they were raised Aes Sedai at the end of the Aiel War, Siwan and Moiraine had walked away from one another and afterward behaved almost like strangers, yo. It's like, damn, the plan is going all the way back then. And she's like, there's no way the plan could have gone to all the way back then. She's like, no, I guess the plan did go all the way to back then. And I freaking love that. And then it was also interesting to see how she felt about the Dark One and stuff. And she's like, the Dark One was sure to break free. The very thought made Elida shiver and wrap her shawl around her more tightly. And the tower had to be aloof from the mundane struggles to face it. And she's like, she had, yeah. Jesus. Woo. Damn, I feel like I was about to sneeze again. That was crazy. Okay. Yo, that was wild. I felt like I was about to sneeze. Okay. Yeah, but after she says that, she's like, the tower has to be free to pull the strings to make the nation stand together, free of the troubles of Randall Thor. And I'm like, what is she talking about? And then it goes, she told no one she knew of all Thor. She meant to deal with him quietly, if possible. The Hall of the Tower already spoke of watching, even guiding these Taviran. They would never agree to dispose of them, of the one in particular. He must be disposed of for the good of the tower, for the good of the world. And again, I'm like, what is she what is she on? Why does she feel this way? Like, how did she come to that? Like, how did she come to that notion? Yo, what's up with an LBF? Welcome into the chat, bruv. Finally done with chores and can chill. Where we at? We're just at the end of part 2 of chapter 1. And Elida's POV. And we're trying to figure out what the hell type of time was she on for real. And then she has a conversation with Olivierin, the swan neck looking. No, I'm just playing. It does say swan neck, so I'm not gassing. But she's like, you don't have any proof of anything improper. And then Elida just says, not yet. And she's like, yeah, that's true. And then they silently make their pact and let it be known, like, hey, if I do find some shit out, I'm going to let you know that I have found some shit out. You feel me? Yeah, I definitely breezed just now. The plan definitely went all the way to back then. It 100% went all the way back to then. And that is crazy. And we had 9 characters introduced in that first chapter. I stopped counting after that, but we had 9 characters introduced in the first chapter, and then we went through 2 POVs, and that is no, I think actually 3 POVs. Yeah, 3 POVs, and that is the final POV that we're about to go into, and that is Dane Bornhold. Yo, let's actually write him down. Let's write his name down here. Dane Bornhold. Again, you guys got any ideas of stuff I should put down or write down? Let me know so I can put it down for sure, okay? Because I will do that when it needs to be done, okay? Because I ain't never done a detective board before, so not sure what needs to be on there. So far, I've just been writing down names. But from Dane Bornhold, we find out a whole bunch of stuff about the White Cloaks. You feel me? You know why you can't trust the White Cloaks. Say it with me, chat.
Mustache, baby, underneath the nose.
That's why you can't trust them. You know what I'm saying? You gotta always beware of that.
Mustache, baby.
You never know, right? You just never know. Yeah, we get some other names introduced here. Jarrett BR. Oh wait. Let me write down that other character's name. Alvierin. And then we go to Dane. And then after Alvierin, we got Jarrett. Jarrett Bia. There's killing to do, and another fool will try to avenge the first, so there's more killing. Put the fear of the light into them from the first. Let them know no one will be harmed if they do as they're told, and you'll have no trouble. Like, bruh, excuse me? Is that the type of timing we're on here? You know, like, holy. Let's see. There we go. We also meet Ordaith, who is obviously evil. You know, I mean, I don't know what type of time Ordaith was on. He was tripping, and since he was so evil, you know he must have a
Mustache, baby, underneath the nose.
I'm just saying because bro is tripping. He was tripping immediately, and he immediately had me. I was like, bro, what? Okay, now get him out of here. Get him out of here immediately. Oh, and we also meet Child Yvonne. Don't know how much that matters, but we're gonna write it down. And they're not at the White Tower though. We don't know where are they? Do we know where they are? They're on the bank of River Terran. Terran Ferry, that's where they are. So let's make sure that we make sure that's known at Terran Ferry. And Odaith. Because Odaith was on Demon Time. Yeah, they saw the Tuatha on and they was like, yo, let's just kill him. That's what Odaith said. And they was like, bro, what? No, we are not killing him. Oh, but he wasn't the one that we met next. We also saw Farron. What? Farron. Nope. I spelled that shit wrong. Three of the Tinkers cannot be found. Master or Dave, did you happen to put your own suggestion into practice? Bro said the first words out of his mouth when they found the Tinkers was kill them all. They're of no use. Like, bro. Again, absolute demon time. And I'm pretty sure one of his boys was ready to kill him. One of Bornhold's guys was ready to kill dude, but he told him to like not to do it. But we basically in that POV with him being like Bornhold nodded for VR and Farron to carry out his commands. A madman, he thought. The Lord Captain Commander has tied me to a madman. But at least I will find my path to Perrin of the Two Rivers. Whatever it takes, I will avenge my father. And it's like, oh shit, bro's not playing. Bro's actually really serious about this. I was not prepared. Like, I was really not prepared for bro to be very, very serious about it. But he was. Bro was on demon time. And then we get into our third POV of the first chapter. This is insane. 3 POVs in one chapter is absolutely diabolical. And this is when we go into Lady Suroth's POV, the third switch of the first chapter. Like crazy, bro. Let's do this. Chapter 1. No, let's do this. Yeah. So we can make sure we know everyone is at a different place. Bam. Look at that. Bam. Okay. Everyone's somewhere different. Everyone is somewhere else, right? They're at the White Tower. They're at Terran Ferry. And then Lady Suroth is not at Terran Ferry. Lady Suroth is at... where the hell is this woman? Is it Cantorin Harbor? Is that where they are? Cantorin? Cantorin Harbor. Okay. So again, this is the third POV switch. Absolutely insane. But yeah, we see that they are at the Cantorin Harbor. They're all chilling over here. They got some Damani with them, which is unfortunate. We meet some Damani here. Some of the people that they call Damani, they've stole their names, calling them. I think what her name was. Did I write that down? I think I wrote it down. If I didn't write it down, I think I highlighted it. Oh yeah, I highlighted it. Oh, oops. To come back to here. Yeah, but then we also find out that they have the vessels of the Afa An Mary of the sea folk, just kind of chilling there. They say the smaller the Sanshan ship carried a Damani and one demonstration of a Damani's power and quelled any search thoughts. The charred, shattered hulk of the sea folk ship still lay on a mud flat near the harbor mouth. Like, bruh, it was really going down. Just giving a little understanding of where we're posted up at, yo. It's just crazy. It's just absolutely insane. We're also introduced to Tesa here. And someone named Pura. Well, someone who's been given the name Pura. I don't know. I don't know if we know who that is. I can't remember. If anybody, I can't remember anybody's given names or anything like that. Uh, wait, is Alwyn a person as well? Yeah, Alwyn. I think we met Alwyn first here. Alwyn. Yeah. Yeah, and they just kind of also reinforce how the Suladam could make them feel pain without raising a finger because of the Adam, which is just so sad, bro. It's just crazy how they just really bring all of the stuff out of them. Like it's just crazy. And then Pura was like talking like in the third person and stuff. Like Pura does not know, hi lady, and I think that's why she was able to say the stuff that she was able to say about it because she was saying like Pura doesn't know because she's not Pura. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I feel like that's some. I feel like that's one of those little reach arounds because she's not saying I don't know. She's saying Pura doesn't know, and I think that's a very big like point here. And then they also they also mention a Luther Pindrag. And I was like, oh, that name sounds awfully similar to something we've heard before. Yeah. And then they also talk about the Empress quite a bit here too, saying how the Empress knows of Falm and knew of Turok's disaster and Suroth's intention to go on. But what did she think of that knowledge, and what was she going to do with it? That was a greater concern than any Damani, whatever she had been before collaring. Like, bruh, Jesus, it's just so dark. Uh, and then they also talk about the Forerunners, and that actually had me a little confused. I'm not sure who the Forerunners are. Because she says to be the one who successfully led the Forerunners who began the return would bring much honor. To also be the one who captured the dragon, false or not, along with the means of controlling his incredible power. When I take him, do I give him give him to the Empress though? That is the question. So it's like everybody kind of has their own little questions and secrets and their own stuff that they want to do, and it's pretty interesting to see that. It's pretty interesting to see how everyone is kind of going along. And that is the end of chapter 1, our longest chapter of the day. I mean, it's crazy how long that chapter was, and so many things happened in it as well. Like it felt like it was needed to talk about all of those different things because so much occurs in that first chapter, bro. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. But I think that was one hell of a way to start the book, don't you? Like, I think that was one hell of a way to start the book. I wanted to spend a lot of time on that as well because it's the way that we really start the book. Well, we're not gonna speed run the rest of the stuff by any means, but we're gonna kind of go through it a little bit quicker, focusing on some points that I really want to zoom in on here and there. But yeah, yo, I hope you guys enjoyed chapter 1 as much as I did because god damn, it was solid, yo. We got all the stuff that we needed to know in that first chapter. I think it really set up everything for everyone. Even though we didn't see any of our quote unquote main characters in the first chapter, like at all, which I think is actually pretty cool that we didn't see any of our main characters in the first chapter. Like that, I don't know why, but I just really like that, bro. Like, why do we need to see any of them in the first chapter? We we don't, like you would expect to, of course, but the fact that you don't just makes it all the better when you finally do kind of get their reveal. It's like, oh yeah, let's go. We're back with our peeps. And I absolutely love that. Bro said, the difference between a prologue and a chapter 1 is really fuzzy when it comes to Robert Jordan. That's hella funny. Yo. There was an Aes Sedai who was broken by the Shan Shan that was renamed Pura. Did we know that? Rima from the TV show. Oh. So this is something that we knew, right? We knew that Rima was Pura. I think I remember that. I think I remember that. I think they just gloss over that in the TV show as well. I think she's just like back, and then like don't really talk to her about anything at all. Yeah, that's wild. Nah, but that was one hell of a first chapter, yo. I really enjoyed it. Let me know what you guys felt about that chapter in the comment section down below. All right, we're about to get into chapter 2 right after this. I just need to get some water real quick. Oh, that didn't do anything. What the hell is happening? Uh-oh, that's not good. Okay, let's just do this then. All right, for sure. Be right back. That was weird.
6 nations divided, how the gods envisioned the lands of Ghaphora, where nations must praise their gods individually. Inguvu, the god of power, Altira, the goddess of reality, Akasha, the goddess of space, Akaili, the goddess of mind, Nafasi, the god of time, Isarin, the god of soul. Each god bestowed their name and universal property to their nation through the blood of their land. Diligent praise to these gods, along with the blood of the land, allows the inhabitants of Ghaphora to wield the universal property of their god. These inhabitants are called gifts. It is forbidden for these nations to fraternize with one another. Gifts, the lands of Ghaphora.
No! I ran super duper fast. Okay. All right. Egwene says Rima told her to remember her name in book 2. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Yes, I remember this. I also just did not remember. Rima is. Oh, Rima is dope. So. Everyone forgets her name on the first read. I love that you have Honda police tape, like someone was cornering off the haunted area and somehow manufactured the tape instead of running and screaming. No, they came back. You know what I mean? Like they did leave running and screaming, and then they came back later on and taped it off. Like, bro, do not go over there. Like you do not want to go over there. You know what I mean? The Ghostbusters came back and was like, nah. All right, let's get into My bad. Let's do that again. All right, let's get into...
Chapter 2. Whirlpools in the Pattern. Inland, the hot night wind blew north across the vast delta called the Fingers of the Dragon, a winding maze of waterways, broad and narrow, some choked with knife grass. Vast plains of reeds separated clusters of low islands, forested with spider-rooted trees seen nowhere else. Eventually, the delta gave way to its source, the River Erenin, the river's great width spotted with the lights of small boats, lantern fishing. Boats and lights bobbed wildly, sudden and unexpected, and some older men muttered of evil things passing in the night. Young men laughed, but they hauled the nets more vigorously too, eager to be home and out of the dark. The stories said evil could not cross your threshold unless you invited it in. That was what the stories said. But out in the darkness... The last tang of salt had vanished by the time the wind reached the great city of Tyr, hard by the river, where tile-roofed inns and shops shouldered against tall, towered palaces gleaming in the moonlight.
Right. Like, again, just a beautiful way to introduce where we are and really just embrace the setting and how kind of eerie things are. And now we're in Tyr. In Tyr. We are in Tyr, and we are starting our POV with none other than my boy Perrin. My boy Perrin, and of course, Fail. Yeah. Because so now we are in chapter 2 in Tyr with Perrin and Fail. As Perrin sits on the foot of his chest of his canopied bed. One thing I did want to say too is that it's so dope how we get a full painting of the scene first, you know, like we were just kind of listening to it. And then they kind of go on to say, the Stone of Tyr, fortress of legend, the oldest stronghold of mankind, erected in the days of the breaking of the world, while nations and empires rose and fell, were replaced and fell anew. The stone stood. It was the knock on which armies had broken spears and swords and hearts for 3,000 years, and in all that time it had never fallen to invading arms. Until now. Like, brother, wow. And then we pull up on Perrin and Fail doing their Perrin and Fail thing.
Catching the moon above the stone as if trying to rip it away. Along its length marched a sinuous figure like a legged serpent, golden-maned like a lion, scaled in scarlet and gold, seeming to ride the wind. Banner of prophecy, hoped for and dreaded. Banner of the dragon. The dragon reborn. Harbinger of the world's salvation and herald of a new breaking to come. As if outraged at such defiance, the wind dashed itself against the hard walls of the stone. The dragon banner floated, unheeding in the night, awaiting greater storms.
I mean, bro, the way that things are just put, it's just beautiful, man. It's just absolutely beautiful. I love it so much. Legit, I love it so much. It has me just, man. It's just like, bro, this is lit. You know, like the way the whole world is just shaped, and then you're boom thrown into it immediately. We quickly figure out that Fail is running shit. I love the way how she's like telling him how she likes the way his beard looks, and she's like reading his mind a little bit. when it comes to the beard and whatnot, you know. And then Perrin keeps us talking about how Matt would handle the situation versus how he's handling the situation. Again, that's pretty hilarious. He's like, Matt would never find himself sweating behind a beard just because a woman thought he should have hair on his face. Bro, I just love that. I love that. It just kind of shows how much they're all boys in a way, because they always think how each other would feel about the situation or what they would do in a situation or how someone else would handle that situation. Perrin more than others, but you know, they all still do think of each other in those moments. Uh and then Fael's like, the Lord Dragon seems to have lost interest in you. And then Perrin was like, the Lord Dragon? You sound like a Tyrion. His name is Rand. It's like, bruh. But it's like, hey, he is also the Lord Dragon, though. Let's kind of be honest here. And then they kind of go back and forth, and uh they go back and forth, kind of. I don't know if arguing is the correct word, but they are kind of arguing about leaving or staying, and Fael clearly wants him to go with him or with her, and they're just kind of talking, and I love when they have this conversation, and then uh she's like, I do not like wondering. She's like, I do not like wondering when the dragon reborn is going to kill us all. He did it back in the breaking, after all. And then she's like, and then he goes, Rand isn't Loose Theron Kinslayer. I mean, he is the dragon reborn, but he isn't. He wouldn't. And it was like, and then I love it. I was like, yo, Rand is Loose Theron Telamon reborn. That was what being dragon reborn meant. But did it mean Rand was doomed to Loose Theron's fate? That is what we do not know. That is what we do not know, because it is crazy to see. Just it is crazy to see that. And I mean, I guess it's safe to say he might kill them all. We don't. Well, I don't know at this point what's gonna happen. So he could very much kill everybody. Like, he could fail and everyone dies, or he could win and everyone dies still. You know, I think both of those things are still very likely to happen. Nothing has told me otherwise at this moment. I've been talking to Bane and Chiad Perrin. Yeah, she says that. Oh, and then they're like, yo, Moiraine asks where you are, so she can't, like, see you with the power. And then she's like, all right, well, why don't you come with me? Like, she straight baits him, though. I like the way she baited him into that. That was really funny. And then they just continue to talk about whether they stay or whether they should go, and he actually brings up Master Luhan. I like that we keep to referring back to his blacksmith ways, and just the different things. Again, Perrin is very, like, internally monologue to where he thinks about a lot of stuff. He's thinking about the people that are around him. He's thinking about his bros and all of that. You know, like, I think it's really dope the way that they kind of go through all of that, and they're just discussing things, and they're talking kind of like just like a boyfriend and a girlfriend, a dude and his lady. You know what I'm saying? And then everything changes.
Fael shivered and hugged herself. Romance. Fael was the only woman Perrin wanted. but sometimes he felt like a fish trying to understand a bird. He
I
knew
feel you,
she wanted
dog.
him to ask, he knew that much. She might or might not tell him, but he was supposed to ask.
100%.
Stubbornly, he kept his mouth shut. This time, he meant to wait her out. Outside in the darkness, a cock crowed. Fail shivered and hugged herself. My nurse used to say that meant a death coming. Not that I believe it, of course. He opened his mouth to agree it was foolishness, though he shivered too. But his head whipped around at a grating sound and a thump. The axe had toppled to the floor. He only had time to frown, wondering what could have made it fall, when it shifted again, untouched, then leaped straight for him. He swung the hammer without thought. Metal ringing on metal drowned Fail's scream. The axe flew across the room, bounced off the far wall, and darted back at him, blade first. He thought every hair on his body was trying to stand on end. As the axe sped by her, Fail lunged forward and grabbed the haft with both hands. It twisted in her grip, slashing toward her wide-eyed face. Barely in time, Perrin leaped up, dropping the hammer to seize the axe, just keeping the half-moon blade from her flesh. He thought he would die if the axe, his axe, harmed her. He jerked it away from her so hard that the heavy spike nearly stabbed him in the chest. It would have been a fair trade to stop the axe from hurting her, but with a sinking feeling, he began to think it might not be possible. The weapon thrashed like a thing alive, a thing with a malevolent will. It wanted Perrin. He knew that as if it had shouted at him, but it fought with cunning. When he pulled the axe away from Fail, it used its own movement to hack at him. When he forced it from himself, it tried to reach her, as if it knew that would make him stop pushing. No matter how hard he held the haft, it spun in his hands, threatening with spike or curved blade. Already his hands ached from the effort, and his thick arms strained, muscles tight. Sweat rolled down his face. He was not sure how much longer it would be before the axe fought free of his grip. This was all madness. Pure madness, with no time to think. "Get out," he muttered through gritted teeth. "Get out of the room, Fail."
Let's go, my God.
Her face was bloodless pale, but she shook her head and wrestled with the axe. "No, I will not leave you. It will kill both of us." She shook her head again. Growling in his throat, he let go of the axe with one hand. His arm quivered with holding the thing one-handed. The twisting haft burned his palm and thrust Fail away. She yelped as he wrestled her to the door. Ignoring her shouts and her fists pounding at him, he held her against the wall with a shoulder until he could pull the door open and shove her into the hallway.
Shout out to my guy,
Slamming the door
Perrin,
behind her,
bro.
he put his back against it, sliding the latch home with his hip as he seized the axe with both hands again. The heavy blade, gleaming and sharp, trembled within inches of his face. Laboriously, he pushed it out to arm's length. Fail's muted shouts penetrated the thick door, and he could feel her beating on it, but he was barely conscious of her. His yellow eyes seemed to shine as if they reflected every scrap of light in the room. "Just you and me now," he snarled at the axe. "Blood and ashes, how I hate you!" Inside, a part of him came close to hysterical laughter. "Rand is the one who's supposed to go mad, and here I am, talking to an axe. Rand, burn him!" Teeth bared with effort, he forced the axe back a full step from the door. The weapon vibrated, fighting to reach flesh. He could almost taste its thirst for his blood. With a roar, he suddenly pulled the curved blade toward him, threw himself back. Had the axe truly been alive, he was sure he would have heard a cry of triumph as it flashed toward his head. At the last instant he twisted, driving the axe past himself. With a heavy thunk, the blade buried itself in the door. He felt the life, he could not think what else to call it, go out of the imprisoned weapon. Slowly, he took his hands away. The axe stayed where it was. Only steel and wood again. The door seemed a good place to leave it for now, though. He wiped sweat from his face with a shaking hand. Madness. Madness walks wherever Rand is.
My guy
Abruptly,
is a
he realized he could no
savage,
longer hear
bruh.
Fail's shouts, or her pounding. Throwing back the latch, he hastily pulled the door open. A gleaming arc of steel stuck through the thick wood on the outside, shining in the light of wide-spaced lamps along the tapestry-hung hallway. Fail stood there, hands raised, frozen in the act of beating on the door. Eyes wide and wondering, she touched the tip of her nose. "Another inch," she said faintly, and... With a sudden start, she flung herself on him, hugging him fiercely, raining kisses on his neck and beard between incoherent murmurs. Just as quickly, she pushed back, running anxious hands over his chest and arms. "Are you hurt? Are you injured? Did it—" "I'm all right," he told her. "But are you? I did not mean to frighten you." She peered up at him. "Truly? You're not hurt in any way?" "Completely unhurt. Her full-armed slap made his head ring like hammer on anvil. "You great hairy lummox! I thought you were dead! I was afraid it had killed you! I thought—" She cut off as he caught her second slap in mid-swing. "Please don't do that again," he said quietly. The smarting imprint of her hand burned on his cheek, and he thought his jaw would ache the rest of the night. He gripped her
No.
wrist as gently as he would have a bird, but though she struggled to pull free, his hand did not budge an inch.
I love it. I just love it. I love them. I love them. Like, I love them. And she's like, yo, what the heck is this? I could have helped you. And he's like, yo, what the heck is this? No, you couldn't have. He's like, hey, if there's a flying axe going through the room and there's no one to attack, yeah. How about I handle that myself? It's okay. I like there's no way that we but I also like that she is like, nah, bro. Like I like everything about it. I like that he's holding the axe and his first reaction is to push her out the room and lock her out and then handle the axe. I just like that. I like that my guy can think on his toes. He clearly saw that the axe was reacting to him wanting to be, like wanting to save her type of thing. Like, bro, I just love that, like I love it. I love all of that. Like that shit is very nice. That shit is very, very nice. You feel me? Like I like that a lot. That shit got, yeah. Yes, sir. Like, yes, sir. Sign me all the way up for that, brother. Boom. Okay. Oh yeah, and then one of my things right here is like I was like I wrote up, whoa. Like what the hell? English, motherfucker. Okay, one thing I wrote here was way cooler than the show. That's what I wrote down. Because I really love how it went down here. I love that our boy Loyal saved the day in the show. I thought that was badass, but I also love I like Perrin though. Like Perrin is my guy. So to be able to see him doing everything by himself and like going all out like that, it was like hell yeah. Because I'm pretty sure in the show, like the Aiel pull up with their like hella shit starts going down at that moment, if I'm not mistaken. Uh but I like that we got to let Perrin be a savage right here. Just let him handle that. That was cool as hell. And then the first thought is it's fucking is god damn it, it's Rand. That's literally their first thought is damn Rand is trying to get us. And so they kind of you kind of like, all right. So yeah, she tucks his arm through his, and then they make their way on, and then the axe, and then he leaves the axe where it was stuck in the floor. It would not harm anyone. Like that is just so crazy that axe comes to life in that way, bro. And then we get this is our what our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we get we get our sixth POV switch with Matt. Okay, you had to write that down. We get our sixth POV switch with Matt. We see Matt is still gambling. Oh. Yeah, we see Matt is still gambling and doing his stuff. It was funny how Estienne, I think that's bro's name. Estienne just had like a terrible joke, but he was like laughing at his own joke, like he was hilarious. That was funny, bro. Bro really thought he had the Jokerinos, but he of course did not. Okay, who else is here? We got Raymond. Let's put Raymond's name down. We got Raymond, Edorian, Of course, Estienne, who we were just talking about him and his terrible jokes. And Baron. They're all playing cards together. We are still in, I believe, we're still in tier. We're just in a different part of tier. Does it say where he's at? Yeah, he's just in tier. Everybody here is just in tier, so that's just what we're gonna keep going with. But yeah, he's playing. They're all playing their game and gambling, and Matt is still lucky. He's still using his luck, but now his luck is actually a little bit more similar to how we are introduced to Allomancy in Mistborn. That's kind of how they talk about his luck a little bit here. How he can like feel it and he can like touch the luck and he's using the luck and then the luck is like overwhelming him. I kind of like the way that they kind of start talking about the luck here. You know, it's obviously different because this is a really luck power, and that power is not a luck based power, but it's just like how she portrays her luck before she finds out it's allomancy. It sounds a lot like what is happening right here, and I think that's kind of cool. And he's like, yo, he's trying to figure out if it'll catch. He's like, my luck needs to catch, and he's like playing cards and doing all this stuff, and they're all talking mess. Uh, I wrote down here. I actually love the way the show blends the books together. What made me write that though? That's the one thing I don't like about writing notes while I'm reading is like I would much rather write notes like in the book on the margin so I know it's like, oh, I was at this part when I said that because of this thing that happened. I gotta start doing that. Like page 80, page 68, paragraph 7. Like let's see. Although this entire series was about wondering when the dragon would kill us all. I guess it Loki is. I guess that is what the entire series is about. Perrin is not a big fan of change. I don't like change. That whole axe incident is how I feel every time I try to operate heavy machinery. Now, having read this chapter, how do you like the show handling of the scene? I like the show handling of the scene. I like that. I think I like it a little bit more in the book because I love Perrin, but I also love Loyal. So the fact that it's Loyal that's doing a lot of that stuff in the actual, in the show, I think having Loyal being the one that does it in the show ups the stakes a little bit more because it really lets you know how strong that axe was going. Having Perrin be able to, I mean, having Perrin just be able to do it solo by himself and holding it with one hand, it shows how strong Perrin is, but it also shows how strong the thing isn't at the same time. I don't know if that makes sense. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, Phil? Luck is pretty OP in general. Just look at One Piece Gold movie. I gotta watch One Piece. Yeah, Loyal put a short handle on that axe in the show exactly, bro. And I thought that was cool. But I like the way it was handled here more in the book. Because I just love and I love the fact that it's parents saving Fail as well. Like, I think that just goes I think that goes a long way. Bro is a menace though, because he was like, yo, I'll flip a coin to figure out who I like more, and that was wild. Oh shit. And then I wrote down here, it's wild to see how different everyone looks at Rand after all the stuff that's happened. You know? Am I still on the right? Chapter 2? Okay, yeah.
have to walk. Outside in the darkness, a cock crowed. Matt shifted uneasily and told himself not to be foolish. No one was going to die. His eyes dropped to his cards and blinked. The Amelin's flame had been replaced by a knife. While he was telling himself he was tired and seeing things, she plunged the tiny blade into the back of his hand. With a hoarse yell, he flung the cards away and hurled himself backward, overturning his chair, kicking the table with both feet as he fell. The air seemed to thicken like honey. Everything moved as if time had slowed, but at the same time everything seemed to happen at once. Other cries echoed his, hollow shouts reverberating inside a cavern. He and the chair drifted back and down. The table floated upward. The ruler of flames hung in the air, growing larger, staring at him with a cruel smile. Now close to life-size, she started to step out of the card. She was still a painted shape with no depth, but she reached for him with her blade, red with his blood as if it had already been driven into his heart. Beside her, the ruler of cups began to grow, the Tyran High Lord drawing his sword. Matt floated, yet somehow he managed to reach the dagger in his left sleeve and hurl it in the same motion, straight for the Amelin's heart. If this thing had a heart. The second knife came into his left hand smoothly and left more smoothly. The two blades drifted through the air like thistledown. He wanted to scream, but that first yell of shock and outrage still filled his mouth. The ruler of rods was expanding beside the first two cards, the Queen of Andor gripping the rod like a bludgeon, her red gold hair framing a madwoman's snarl. He was still falling, still yelling that drawn-out yell. The Amelin was free of her card, the High Lord striding out with his sword. The flat shapes moved almost as slowly as he. Almost. He had proof the steel in their hands could cut, and no doubt the rod could crack a skull. His skull. His thrown daggers moved as if sinking in jelly. He was sure the cock had crowed for him. Whatever his father said, the omen had been real. But he would not give up and die. Somehow he had two more daggers out from under his coat, one in either hand. Struggling to twist in mid-air, to get his feet under him, he threw one knife at the golden-haired figure with the bludgeon. The other he held on to as he tried to turn himself, to land ready to face. The world lurched back into normal motion, and he landed awkwardly on his side, hard enough to drive the wind out of him. Desperately, he struggled to his feet, drawing another knife from under his coat. You could not carry too many, Tom claimed. Neither was needed. For a moment, he thought cards and figures had vanished. Or maybe he had imagined it all. Maybe he was the one going mad. Then he saw the cards, back to ordinary size, pinned to one of the dark wood panels by his still quivering knives. He took a deep, ragged breath. The table lay on its side, coins still spinning across the floor where lordlings and servants crouched among scattered cards. They gaped at Matt and his knives, those in his hands and those in the wall, with equally wide eyes. Estienne snatched a silver pitcher that had somehow escaped being overturned and began pouring wine down his throat, the excess spilling over his chin and down his chest. "Just because you do not have the cards to win," Edorian said hoarsely, "there is no need to—" He cut off with a shudder. "You saw it too." Matt slipped the knives back into their sheaths. A thin trickle of blood ran down the back of his hand from the tiny wound. "Don't pretend you went blind." "I saw nothing," Raymond said woodenly. "Nothing." He began crawling across the floor, gathering up gold and silver, concentrating on the coins as if they were the most important thing in the world. The others were doing the same, except Estienne, who scrambled about checking the fallen pitchers for any that still held wine. One of the servants had his face hidden in his hands. The other, eyes closed, was apparently praying in a low, breathless whine. With a muttered oath, Matt strode to where his knives pinned the three cards to the panel. They were only playing cards again, just stiff paper with the clear lacquer cracked. But the figure of the Amelin still held a dagger instead of a flame. He tasted blood and realized he was sucking the cut in the back of his hand. Hastily, he wrenched his knives free, tearing each card in half before tucking the blade away. After a moment, he hunted through the cards littering the floor until he found the rulers of coins and winds, and tore them across too. He felt a little foolish. It was over and done with. The cards were just cards again. But he could not help it.
Man.
None of the young lords crawling about on hands and knees tried to stop him. They scrambled out of his way, not even glancing at him. There would be no more gambling tonight, and maybe not for some nights to come. At least, not with him. Whatever had happened, it had been aimed at him, clearly. Even more clearly, it had to have been done with the One Power. They wanted no part of that. Burn you, Rand.
Of course. Obviously, everyone always blaming my guy. Like, my guy Rand always getting blamed for stuff, and he just be out here trying to, do what he can. You feel me? He just out here trying to stay loyal to a woman that don't even want him no more. You feel me? And then he just getting blamed. He's just getting blamed for everything. Yo, that shit is crazy. Yo, crazy chapter. Another crazy chapter, bruh. Like, these chapters are absolutely insane, man. So much shit is going on. And it's like, see, this is I think this, because this is book 4, right? So this is just confidence in knowing that everyone is up to speed. It's like, bruh, if y'all 3 books in, then all I can say is buckle the fuck up, because it's about to go down, bruh. And that is exactly what this is as we start it off. And I love it, bro. I love this. I love this, man. We're literally doing visions and all of these different angles in the first, literally in the first 3 chapters of the book. We're just hitting. Mind you, these first 3 chapters are probably, not probably, it's a lot of, like, these are a lot of pages. It's like, 70 pages or something like that. Like 70 pages out of 1,000, but still, excuse me. It's like, damn. I mean, this is chapter 2. This ain't even chapter 3, and we just going in, bro. Like, we're just going in. To be fair, if I was hanging out with the Dragon Reborn, I'd probably blame anything out of the ordinary on him, too. I guess that's a good point. Who else is it? You know what I mean? Who else in a mile is going to cause some weird shit like this to go on? But they're also Teverin, but it seems like everybody is just kind of ignoring that fact so far. Well, they are. They're all ignoring that they are Teverin, and because of that, it's gonna make some other shit change. You feel me? But from here, we do get a Rand POV. Rand is out here chilling in his bed. He's just laying there. And he's dreaming, having different dreams, kind of creepy dreams. It's kind of funny. He's in the dream. He's with Min and Elaine, and they like, hey, what's up with it? And and Rand is like, yo, my heart belongs to Egwene. And they're like, she will be fine. And they take their clothes off and get in the water. And then he's like, okay, I gotta get the hell up out of here, because they're tripping. But Egwene ends up being right there watching, and then she runs away. And then he's sad, He's like, boo. He's like, oh no, come back, Egwene. Like, this isn't what it looks like. Bro wakes up in a cold sweat. And then he's like, hold on. Somebody is in here. Holy shit, there's something in my eye. So then he does a triple axle kickflip out of the bed, manifests a sword of justice to go ham, only to find out that it is not, it is not a creature of the night in his room. It is a freak of the night in this room. You feel me? So after he's finished dreaming about, like I said, all of that stuff, he's like, bruh, it's going down. Let me see. I think
despite the heat, I need sleep. The High Lords would be back in the morning, maneuvering for his favor. For the Dragon Reborn's favor. Maybe I won't dream this time.
Yeah.
He started to roll over, searching for a dry place on the sheets, and froze, listening to small rustlings in the darkness. He was not alone. The sword that is not a sword lay across the room, beyond his reach, on a throne-like stand the High Lords had given him, no doubt in the hopes he would keep Callandor out of their sight. Someone wanting to steal Callandor. A second thought came, or to kill the Dragon Reborn. He did not need Tom's whispered warnings to know that the High Lord's professions of undying loyalty were only words of necessity. He emptied himself of thought and emotions, assuming the void. That much came without effort. Floating in the cold emptiness within himself, thought and emotion outside,
Damn.
he reached for the true source. This time, he touched it easily, which was not always the case. Sidene filled him like a torrent of white heat and light, exalting him with life, sickening him with the foulness of the Dark One's taint, like a skim of sewage floating on pure, sweet water. The torrent threatened to wash him away, burn him up, engulf him. Fighting the flood, he mastered it by bare effort of will and rolled from the bed, channeling the power as he landed on his feet in the stance to begin the sword form called Apple Blossoms in the Wind. His enemies could not be many, or they would have made more noise. The gently named form was meant for use against more than one opponent.
Bro,
As his feet hit the carpet, a sword was in his hands, with a long hilt and a slightly curved blade sharp on only one edge. It looked to have been wrought from flame, yet it did not feel even warm. The figure of a heron stood black against the yellow-red of the blade. In the same instant, every candle and gilded lamp burst alight, small mirrors behind them swelling the illumination. Larger mirrors on the walls and 2 stand mirrors reflected it further, until he could have read comfortably anywhere in the large room. Callandor sat undisturbed, a sword seemingly of glass, hilt and blade, on a stand as tall as a man and just as wide, the wood ornately carved and gilded and set with precious stones. The furnishings, too, were all gilded and begemmed, bed and chairs and benches, wardrobes and chests and washstand. The pitcher and bowl were golden sea-folk porcelain, as thin as leaves. The broad Tarabon carpet, in scrolls of scarlet and gold and blue, could have fed an entire village for months. Almost every flat surface held more delicate sea-folk porcelain, or else goblets and bowls and ornaments of gold worked with silver, and silver chased with gold. On the broad marble mantel over the fireplace, 2 silver wolves with ruby eyes tried to pull down a golden stag a good 3 feet tall. Draperies of scarlet silk embroidered with eagles in thread of gold hung at the narrow windows, stirring slightly in a failing wind. Books lay wherever there was room.
Bro is painting
Leather-bound,
every
wood-bound,
wall,
some
you
tattered and
feel
still
me?
dusty from the deepest shelves of the Stone's library. Now, where he had thought to see assassins or thieves, one beautiful young woman stood, hesitant and surprised, in the middle of the carpet, black hair falling in shining waves to her shoulders. Her thin white silk robe emphasized more than it hid. Berelaine, ruler of the city-state of Mayenne, was the last person he had expected. After one
And Berelaine was expecting a lot. You feel me? It's like, is Berelaine real her name? I guess that's a good point, right? Like she's coming basically bear. Like that's wild. I guess that's wild. Yeah, that's pretty insane. I didn't even think about it like that. But Berelaine is trying to. She's trying to do something strange, man. She was trying to come through and make it happen. You know what I mean? Like, but bro was locked in on Egwene. I can't lie. Like he even goes as far as to tell her that he is like, you know, he's promised to Egwene and all of this. Like, so it was pretty funny. I will say it's pretty funny to go from this to Egwene being like, yeah, nah, I love him like a brother. We're good. Like, I don't want her. And he's like, yeah, I love her like a sister, but I do want her. Like, I think that is really funny to go from that to that. But yeah, he was trying to hold it down for her. Like, yo, no, this is my, you know, that's my woman. I loves her. And homegirl was, bruh, she was getting freaky. I was like, oh. And then she was like, yo, do I need to beg? And then she got on her knees. I was like, ooh. And don't fold. I was like, Rand, don't fold. Don't fold, Rand. You got this, bro. Don't fold. Like, don't do it, bro. Don't do it. You know what I mean? Like, bro. Hey. Don't do it, Rand. It is a trick, brother. It is a trick. You need to turn and run at that point. You feel me? She came through in the lingerie at 3:00 in the morning on her knees begging. Nah. You know what I mean? There's nothing good that can come from that. There is absolutely nothing good that could come from that, bro. Like, nothing at all. Like, he did the correct thing. Like, he did the correct thing. And he was like, "Damn!" But I can also appreciate Pro being like, "Damn." He was like, "Yo, what's happening right now?" I think Rand had the a natural reaction, being like, "Hey, yo," and then he put her in like a box, and I thought that was hilarious. Like, nah, you gotta stay away from me, like. And then in the box, like, bruh, she was wildin', bruh. She was wildin'. I could not believe it. I could not believe she was on Demon Time like that. I was taken aback. I really was. I was like, oh, bruh, this is wild.
Please, Rand. Even sheltered in emptiness as he was, he gaped at her, and it had nothing to do with her beauty or her near undress. Well, only partly. If the defenders of the stone had been half as determined as this woman, half as steadfast in purpose, 10,000 Aiel could never have taken the stone. I am flattered, my lady, he said diplomatically. Believe me, I am. But it would not be fair to you. I cannot give you what you deserve. And let her make of that what she will. Outside in the darkness.
Said, I cannot give you what you deserve. Okay, calm down, Rizzy Rand.
A cock crowed. To Rand's surprise, Berylane suddenly stared past him, eyes as big as teacups. Her mouth dropped open, and her slim throat corded with a scream that would not come. He spun, the yellow-red sword flashing back into his hands. Across the room, one of the stand mirrors threw his reflection back at him, a tall young man with reddish hair and grey eyes, wearing only white linen smallclothes and holding a sword carved from fire. The reflection stepped out onto the carpet, raising its sword. I have gone mad. Thought drifted on the borders of the void. No, she saw it. It's real. Movement to his left caught the corner of his eye. He twisted before he could think, sword sweeping up in the moon rises over water. The blade slashed through the shape. His shape, climbing out of a mirror on the wall. The form wavered, broke up like dust motes floating on air. Vanished. Rand's reflection appeared in the mirror again, but even as it did, it put hands on the mirror frame. He was aware of movement in mirrors all around the room. Desperately, he stabbed at the mirror. Silvered glass shattered, yet it seemed that the image shattered first. He thought he heard a distant scream inside his head, his own voice, screaming, fading. Even as shards of mirror fell, he lashed out with a one-power. Every mirror in the room exploded silently, fountaining glass across the carpet. The dying scream in his head echoed again and again, sending shivers down his back. It was his voice. He could hardly believe it was not himself who made the sounds. He spun back to face the one that had gotten out, just in time to meet its attack, unfolding the fan to counter stones falling down the mountain. The figure leaped back, and suddenly Rand realized it was not alone. As quickly as he had smashed the mirrors, 2 more reflections had escaped. Now they stood facing him, 3 duplicates of himself down to the puckered round scar on his side, all staring at him, faces twisted with hatred and contempt, with a strange hunger. Only their eyes seemed empty, lifeless. Before he could take a breath, they rushed at him. Rand stepped sideways, pieces of broken mirror slicing his feet, ever sideways from stance to stance and form to form, trying to face only one at a time. He used everything Lan, Moraine's warder, had taught him of the sword in their daily practice. Had the 3 fought together, had they supported one another, he would have died in the first minute, but each fought him alone as if the others did not exist. Even so, he could not stop their blades entirely. In minutes, blood ran down the side of his face, his chest, his arms. The old wound tore open, adding its flow to stain his small clothes with red. They had his skill as well as his face, and they were 3 to his 1. Chairs and tables toppled, priceless seafolk porcelain shattered on the carpet. He felt his strength ebbing. None of his cuts was major by itself, except the old wound, but altogether, he never thought of calling for help from the Aiel outside his door. The thick walls would stifle even a death scream. Whatever was done, he must do alone. He fought, wrapped in the cold emotionlessness of the void, but fear scraped at its boundaries like wind-lashed branches scratching a window in the night. His blade slipped past its opponent to slash across a face just below the eyes. He could not help wincing. It was his face. Its owner sliding back just far enough to avoid a killing cut. Blood welled from the gash, veiling mouth and chin in dark crimson, but the ruined face did not change expression, and its empty eyes never flickered. It wanted him dead, the way a starving man wanted food. Can anything kill them? All 3 bled from the wounds he had managed to inflict, but bleeding did not seem to slow them, as he knew it was slowing him. They tried to avoid his sword, but did not appear to realize they had been hurt. If they have been, he thought grimly, light if they bleed, they can be hurt. They must. He needed a respite, a moment to catch his breath, to gather himself. Suddenly, he leaped away from them onto the bed, rolling across its width. He sensed, rather than saw, blades slashing the sheets, barely missing his flesh. Staggering, he landed on his feet, caught at a small table to steady himself. The shining, gold-worked silver bowl on the table wobbled. One of his doubles had climbed onto the torn bed, kicking goose feathers as it padded across warily, sword at the ready. The other two came slowly around, still ignoring each other, intent only on him. Their eyes glistened like glass. Rand shuddered as pain stabbed his hand on the table. An image of himself, no more than 6 inches tall, drew back its small sword.
Like what?
Instinctively, he grabbed the figure before it could stab again. It writhed in his grip, baring teeth at him. He became aware of small movements all around the room, of small reflections by the score stepping out of polished silver. His hand began to numb, to grow cold, as if the thing was sucking the warmth out of his flesh. The heat of Sidene swelled inside him. A rushing filled his head, and the heat flowed into his icy hand.
Bruh.
Suddenly, the small figure burst like a bubble, and he felt something flow into him. From the bursting, some little portion of his lost strength. He jerked as tiny jolts of vitality seemed to pelt him. When he raised his head, wondering why he was not dead, the small reflections he had half glimpsed were gone. The 3 larger stood wavering, as if his gain in strength had been their loss. Yet as he looked up, they steadied on their feet and came on, if more cautiously. He backed away, thinking furiously, sword threatening first one and then another. If he continued to fight them as he had been, they would kill him sooner or later. He knew that as surely as he knew he was bleeding. But something linked the reflections. Absorbing the small one, the far-off thought made him queasy, but that was what it had been, had not only brought the others with it, it had also affected the bigger, for a moment at least. If he could do the same to one of them, it might destroy all 3. Even thinking of absorbing them made him vaguely aware of wanting to empty his stomach, but he did not know another way. I don't know this way. How did I do it? Light, what did I do? He had to grapple with one of them. To touch it, at least, he was somehow sure of that. But if he tried to get that close, he would have 3 blades through him in as many heartbeats. Reflections. How much are they still reflections? Hoping he was not being a fool. If he was, he might well be a dead one.
Insane.
He let his sword vanish. He was ready to bring it back on the instant, but when his carved fireblade winked out of existence, the others did too. For a moment, confusion painted 3 copies of his face, one a bloody ruin. But before he could seize one of them, they leaped for him, all 4 crashing to the floor in a tangle of grappling limbs, rolling across the glass-littered carpet. Cold soaked into Rand. Numbness crept along his limbs, through his bones, until he barely felt the shards of mirror, the slivers of porcelain grinding into his flesh. Something close to panic flickered across the emptiness surrounding him. He might have made a fatal mistake. They were larger than the one he had absorbed, and they were drawing more heat from him. And not only heat. As he grew colder, the glassy grey eyes staring into his took on life. With chill certainty, he knew that if he died, that would not end the struggle. The 3 would turn on one another until only one remained, and that one would have his life, his memories, would be him.
Insane.
Stubbornly, he fought, struggling harder the weaker he became. He pulled on Sidene, trying to fill himself with its heat. Even the stomach-turning taint was welcome, but the more of it he felt, the more Sidene suffused him. If his stomach could rebel, then he was still alive, and if he lived, he could fight. But how? How? What did I do before? Sidene raged through him till it seemed that if he survived his attackers, he would only be consumed by the power. How did I do it? All he could do was pull at Sidene and try. Reach. Strain. One of the 3 vanished. Rand felt it slide into him. It was as if he had fallen from a height, flat onto stony ground. And then the other 2 together. The impact flung him onto his back, where he lay staring up at the work plaster ceiling with its gilded bosses, lay luxuriating in the fact that he was still breathing. The power still swelled in every crevice of his being. He wanted to spew up every meal he had ever eaten. He felt so alive that by comparison, life not soaked in Sidene was living a shadow. He could smell the beeswax of the candles and the oil in the lamps. He could feel every fibre of the carpet against his back. He could feel every gash in his flesh, every cut, every nick, every bruise. But he held on to Sidene. One of the Forsaken had tried to kill him. Or all of them had. It must have been that, unless the Dark One was free already, in which case he did not think he would have faced anything as easy or as simple as this. So he held his link to the true source. Unless I did it myself. Can I hate what I am enough to try to kill myself? Without even knowing it? Light, I have to learn to control it. I have to.
Bruh, insanity. Let's go. Like, oh my god, that was just beautiful. All like that was just beautiful, yo. A beautiful turn of events, yo. The word flicker has been said so much as well. I already said that before, but like flicker has come up like 2, 3, or 4 times now. In just the writing, and it's like interesting after we just had a whole flicker moment in the last book. You know what I mean? Like, that's a pretty intense thing to just kind of seed out through there. Rand felt it slide into him is a crazy sentence as well. Um, yeah, all of that was wild. And I love the way that Bear Lane is like, yo, my bad, Chief. Like, I didn't realize you were going through, this. I didn't realize you were going through this type of shit. I think you're right. I probably will hit the head. And that had me rolling because it's like, yeah, that's what he was trying to tell you, love. Like, get up out of there. Not only that, like, like, you ain't the woman for him. Bro's life is different, you know? You don't just sleep, one does not simply sleep with the Dragon Reborn. Like, bruh. And yeah, bro, that was just wild. And then we end this chapter, which is so beautiful, like with him like telling her that like, don't say anything, all this other stuff. Uh and she's like, yo, as my Lord Dragon commands, I will obey and all this. And then he sits there with Kalendor across his knees, and then it ends with him just he's like, yo, I'm gonna get some help soon, but for right now, all I want is to sit and remember a shepherd named Rand al'Thor. Because it's like he knows as soon as he exhales, he's gonna be right back. He's gonna be right back to it, Like he's gonna be right back to it again. And that is how we end chapter 2. I mean, wow. What an absolute banger of a chapter right there. It's just it's kind of ridiculous, honestly, how lit that shit was. Like honestly. Okay, yeah, I don't think anything major really goes down here. But yeah, it was just crazy in that last chapter to just go through, all three of their point of views, and basically each of them be more turned up than the last, right? Like Perrin is just fighting a ghost axe, and then Matt ends up fighting, the king, queen, and Jack of the deck that start coming to life to try to murder him. You know what I mean? And then we end it with Rand fighting copies of himself, and then a little tiny Rand stabs his hand. Little tiny Rand. You know what I mean? Like, bro, absolutely diabolical. And I also thought it was really funny um how Raymond, Adorian, Estienne, and Baron or Baron, whatever bro's name was, how they all were like, nah, bro, I didn't see anything. You know what I mean? Like, no, let's move on from that. Like, nothing major is there. Like, just another day, another dollar. Like, like, bro, excuse the hell out of me. Like, bro, don't even play with me like that. I know damn Skippy well that you saw what just happened. Like you're not about to play with my life here. And I love that though. Oh, I don't know what's going on with my eye. Um, let's see. My eye. I feel like something's in my eye. I need to flush it out or something. Gee. Oh. When the Watt fans refer to Flicker, it's the crazy alternate lifetimes they experience on the way to Falm through the portal stone. Now I'm just saying like Flicker has got brought up in the book. Like in the book, Flicker has been said like 3 to 5 times in these first 2 chapters. They just kept saying Flicker. They said it so much I wrote it down. I was like, that was like one of my notes. It was like, yo, the word Flicker has been said a lot. That was my note. After all of that action that went down with Rand. And it's like, yo, what in the helly, welly, belly, fafelli, nelly, shaselli? Oops. You know? Like, that shit was crazy. Nope. All right. Yeah, sit and remember a shepherd named Randolph Thor is such an iconic moment for Rand. Like, bro, like that is so lit, yo. Like that is so lit. Like, and that's just chapter 2, bro. I know chapters 1 and 2 are just so like they are literally the meat and potatoes of this section. Like all the other chapters, it's like I don't want to say like nothing happens, but essentially nothing really goes on in these last couple of chapters, like these last 4 chapters. We're just kind of flying through all these other events after this huge event just happened. I might be talking out my ass actually. No, I don't think anything too major happens after this. I think we just get a lot of lore about other stuff that's going on, and we'll check that out as well, of course. I don't see much chatter from Malice tonight, so I'll remind you there are 4 more chapters to get through. I'm in if you want to go 6 more hours though. Nah, we're not going 6 more hours. These, like I said, these last couple of chapters, they're not as heavy. You know what I mean? With things that go on. You know, like it's a lot more of just like talking and stuff that happens in these other chapters and setting groundwork for other things that we can just kind of read over pretty like kind of quickly. Yeah, yeah, because these last couple of chapters, it was just yeah. I really wanted to dive into these first 2 chapters because I feel like they're so dense with just obviously POVs, character development, all of it. It's just so dense with it, yo. Like so dense. It gets the you know what I mean? It gets the jive going, brother. It gets the jive going. For real, for real. All right. Moving on. Like I said, these next couple of chapters are not a a clear breeze, but we'll just stay a little bit heavier on the notes for these next chapters. You know what I'm saying? When chapters seem like there's not much going on, that's because they're full of things going on from a reread perspective. That's funny. I feel that. I love that whole sequence in the stone. Yeah, it's just nice, yo. Everything about that was nice, Jen. I really did appreciate it. And welcome into the chat. So here we go, yo. Starting with
Chapter 3. Reflection.
Perrin and Fail are basically just trying to figure out what's going on in this chapter. They're like everyone is not everyone. They're heading towards Matt, not Matt. I'm sorry. They're heading towards Rand now. They're like, man, there got to be something. We need some answers, Sway. And Rand is the one that has those answers. They come across High Lord Torian, and he's just obviously a creep and a weirdo. We have no idea what he's even doing just standing there. Like all of it made me feel very I was like, what's happening? Like was he I was also questioning if he was waiting for Bearlane, because when she comes through, he's kind of like they kind of have their little moment of like arguing back and forth, but it was still very interesting. It was just very interesting, you know what I mean? And he eyes Fail up and down, making everybody feel uncomfortable as he does that. Uh and I was like, bro, this is mad weird. What's up with this dude? That's all I kept saying. And like he just made me so uncomfortable, bro. You know what I mean? He made me so uncomfortable. Uh Yeah, Perrin's using his nose and stuff to smell how all the people are smelling. They're smelling of sweat and perfume and all this other stuff is going on. Um, get a little note of her father's, because he was like a merchant back where they were from, a very popular one. We just kind of gloss over that for some reason. I'm not sure why. He was a successful merchant, likely had servants and guards for his wagons. At least these folks were not out of their beds because what had happened to him had happened to them too. So, Perrin is getting a little, he's just kind of vibing out. Not vibing out, but he's kind of vibing out a little bit. Him and his lady going for a nice stroll on his way to cuss out his boy for messing with him. I think that's just a dope thing to. I think it's just dope vibes. I like Parrot and Fail. I would just chill with them to do stuff. You know what I mean? Like I would just be chilling with him doing stuff. Um, I like how Perrin. It's like Perrin did not care for the man's tone. Like I like that, bro. I just like Perrin. I get vibes from Perrin, bro. And everybody is drinking the dragon Kool-Aid. You know, everyone is drinking the dragon Kool-Aid, literally. Whether they believe in it or not, they are drinking the Kool-Aid and they sound mad creepy. And it was really funny how she was like, I don't need you to speak for me, Perrin Abara. It was like, still, she did not sound entirely displeased. Like, yeah, of course you like that. You like he's sticking up for you, girl. Don't play. It's all right. You ain't gotta pretend here. Oh, I forgot. We're in chapter 3 now. Let's get some chapter 3 going. Um, And then she's like, all right, well, I'm out of here. I'm going back to the room. And he's like, what? And she's like, I'm leaving. Like, bro, this is too much for me. And he's like, bro, what? What do you mean? This all seemed weird to me though, because it's like she's leaving at the same time that Creep Bro is leaving, at the same time that Barrelane is leaving. I don't know, man. It just made me feel low key weird. But I like that Perrin was still. I like that Perrin speaks. You know, like he's not. He doesn't just keep everything inside of his head, even though he very much so is entirely inside of his head. And he was like, I like how he goes. You don't make any sense. If you want to go to bed, then fine. But I wish you would stay. I wish you would say something I would understand. I just feel Perrin, yo. I feel Perrin on a spiritual level. And then she's like, oh, Perrin, sometimes I believe it is your innocence I enjoy most of all. And it's like, oh, bro, like he did, like, you know, like I just love it, yo. I love that. I love that so much. And then my note here also was Fael is hella funny. I like how she is saying everything and nothing at the same time. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly, LBF. Oh, your best friend got laid with a woman I was worried was after you. Fine, go talk about it. I don't want to hear it. Yeah. But it also seems kind of sus as well though. But he has no idea what's going on. She's assuming that she got laid, but no one is getting laid here. It was deathly murder attacks. Deathly murder attacks indeed. Uh then we have uh Perrin pull up on Rand because they're just bros. And then Perrin's like, Rand's like, yo, close the door, bruv. Wait, where was I? Yeah. And as he walks through, there's like, I like that he has to go through like 3 levels of defenders. You know what I mean? And it's funny to me because they all would have had to see Homegirl walking through as well in, little to no clothes, you feel me? Or at least in her undergarments, her silk lingerie. So it's like I'm pretty sure those rumors are going to be circulating throughout, everything. Uh Yeah, a ring of 50 defenders are guarding one spot, and then you go through that, and then there's Aiel guarding another spot. It's like, holy shit. I love the sign where it's like, yo, they are guarding the Lord Dragon's rest. Like, I love that. That just sounds so hard. And then it says how like there's 6 maidens of the Spiel, Aiel women who had chosen a warrior's life over hearth. Like, hell yeah, they were tall women. The tallest barely had a hand shorter than he. Like, damn, bro. Like, they were all ready to rock. And then I love how Bane, whatever. I love how she tries to like stop him. Like, you're not going in there, and he's like, I'm going in. And they're like, yo, let's play Maiden's Kiss, which is something that was also brought up earlier in this in the other chapter. Like dope to just bring up. I just like it. I like it a lot. Explaining something that literally comes up in the next chapter for like a little one-off kind of joke. I love that. I love that.
Survivor of a lost battle, looking at Moraine. She hardly blinked. Twice, hold it. Use this if you must. She did not have to bend far to touch Calendor. Rand moved the sword from under her. Her voice was musical.
Okay, I have no idea what is happening here. But yeah, they're inside. Perrin helps Rand out with his bleedy hole. And then Lan and Ruark pull up as well. And then Moiraine comes in. All this stuff is going on, right? And then Lan and Ruark basically tag team Perrin for not shaving. I was not ready for that, but that shit had me. Bro, I was rolling. It was like, I love how, like, Lan says, what does he say? He's like, I thought you'd know better than to let someone stop you from shaving, essentially, is what he says. And then, like, Lan, like, smiles a little bit, and then Ruark smiles back at him a little bit, and they just have kind of like a bro moment. Like, that shit was funny, man. I like that. And then meanwhile, Rand's nearly dying.
A quick grin cracked the blood drying on his face. I do not understand why. A thick red thread snaked its way down past his left eye. Then I will do it as I always have, Moiraine said, and took Rand's head in her hands, careless of the blood that ran over her fingers. Rand lurched to his feet with a roaring gasp, as if all the breath were being squeezed from his lungs, back arching so his head nearly tore free of her grasp. One arm flung wide, fingers spread and bending back so far it seemed they must break. The other hand clamped down on Calendor's hilt, the muscles of that arm knotting visibly into cramps. He shook like cloth caught in a windstorm. Dark flakes of dried blood fell, and bits of glass tinkled onto the chest and floor, forced out of cuts, closing up and knitting themselves together.
Like, sitting there like, what?
Perrin shivered as if that windstorm roared around him. He had seen healing done before, that and more, greater and worse, but he could never be complacent about seeing the power used, about knowing it was being used, not even for this. Tales of Aes Sedai, told by merchants, guards and drivers, had embedded themselves in his mind long years before he met Moiraine. Ruark smelled sharply uneasy. Only Lan took it as a matter of course. Lan and Moiraine. Almost as soon as it began, it was done. Moiraine took her hands away, and Rand slumped, catching the bedpost to hold himself on his feet. It was difficult to say whether he clutched the bedpost or Calendor more tenaciously. When Moiraine tried to take the sword to replace it on the ornate stand against the wall, he drew it away from her firmly, even roughly. Her mouth tightened momentarily, but she contented herself with pulling the wad of cloth from his side, using it to scrub away some of the surrounding smears.
Super dry.
The old wound was a tender scar again. The other injuries were simply gone. The mostly dried blood that still covered him could have come from someone else. Moiraine frowned. It still does not respond, she murmured, half to herself. It will not heal completely. That is the one that will kill me, isn't it? He asked.
And that's just crazy, yo. It's just crazy how she just healed him quick, fast, and in a hurry like that, and all of this was insane. I also like how before she comes in, Ruark is like talking to Lan and Rand, just not to Lan, but to Rand and Perrin about what was going on. And then because he's like, yo, I told her not to say anything, talking about Bear Lane. And then he's like, I have daughters older than that young woman. I do not believe that she will tell anyone else. I think she would like to forget everything that happened tonight. And then Moiraine glides into the room and she's like, and I would like to know what happened. It's like, yo, Moiraine just has the best intros and the best entrances ever. Like the lines and everything, bro. I love it. I love it. But as they tell everybody what happens, they're all nervous and kind of scared about the stuff. But Moiraine is, I love how Rand is also like standing 10 toes now that he knows that he's the Dragon Reborn. He's like, nah, bro, we ain't doing shit. We're not doing anything unless I say we're going to do it. And then he's like, yo, I feel like this is a dark friend. And then, wait, yeah, they were talking so much in this one. They talked about a lot too. They talked about so much I had to stop writing notes down and start just highlighting stuff, and I highlighted so much because they were just talking about so much. Yeah. And then I like how Lan was like kind of riding for Rand too. Like Lan is like Tyshawn Manetherin, and like, you know, saying little things here and there under his breath for his boy. Like, hell yeah, you stand up to him. Like, that's what you need to do for show, for show. And then Perrin is like, he starts getting closer to the door. If Rand and the Aes Sedai were going to match wills, he would just as soon be elsewhere. But before he gets to the door, she's like, "Stay where you are," and Perrin just stops in his stance. Like, she's like, "You stubborn fool." Like, I love it, bro. I love that so much. And then she's like, "Yo, you got to get out of here. You got to move. You got to keep going." But again, he just stands on his 10 toes. He's talking about how he thinks they speak about how they think it's Samael that's doing the thing. Um and then Moiraine actually echoes a sentiment that Rand had here. She says, not one of the Forsaken. I think not. This was too simple and too complex. And that's kind of the same thing that he had said earlier, right? He was kind of talking about how this was like such a simple complex thing that has occurred, and he's not sure how this has went about occurring or why. No riddles, Moiraine. If not the Forsaken, then who? And then she actually gives I love this introduction of this new. I don't know if it's a new metaphysic, but just this new thing that we hear about. And she says, as the seals holding the Dark One's prison weaken, it may be inevitable that a miasma will escape even while he is still held, like bubbles rising from the things rotting on the bottom of a pond. But these bubbles will drift through the pattern until they attach to a thread and burst. Just as ta'veren bend the other threads in the pattern around them, I think perhaps ta'veren will tend to attract these bubbles and more powerfully than others do. And it's like, damn. So just that fast, we understand that's what's going on, and from her being able to know that, she quickly deduces that no doubt Rand and Mat have also went through something similar because they are also ta'veren. And then Bane and Chiad pull up immediately, and the servants are already scared, are already scared to do anything, and get close to Rand. And then Moiraine's like, "Your time is running out. The tyrants are becoming used to you after a fashion, and no one fears what is familiar as much as what is strange." Like, I love the way Moiraine is just like, "Yo, we got to keep moving. We got to get up out of here. We got to keep pushing." And I also love how she gets pissed off at everything that's going on. And then either I'm tripping or they did a really good job of not talking about Elaine being here through this entire thing, because I did not know that she was with her, but later on in the next chapter, we do find out that she was basically with her that entire time. And that I was like, "What? Like what? Like huh?" She even to the point where she knew that Barrelane was in there as well. And it's like, how did she know all of this? The only way that she could know this is if she was also there while they were talking, but it didn't really say anything about her, or maybe I just wasn't paying attention. I don't know. I don't know. That shit had me taken aback. And then of course Moiraine, you know, just marches away angrily. Um and then this is something else that we find out here. Perrin asks Ruark why doesn't he treat him the way that the Tyrians do. And he says the Dragon Reborn is a Wetlander prophecy. Ours is he who comes with the dawn. In your prophecies of the dragon, the fall of the stone and taking of Kalendor proclaim that the dragon has been reborn. Our prophecy says only that the stone must fall before he who comes with the dawn appears to take us back to what was ours. If Rand is the one, there are things he must yet do to prove it. If he is the one, he will know, and he will do them. If he does not, then our search continues. And then at that, Perrin is like kind of terrified of thinking about nothing but Tyrians having to, lock in and being the ones to protect all that is holy. And that is how we end chapter 3. Great moment to show Lan supporting Rand outside of Moiraine's influence. Yeah, I really like that a lot. The Dark One's fart bubbles. Alrighty. Yeah, yes, that's exactly what's going on. Fart bubbles indeed. Moiraine knows? Yeah, I mean, I know Moiraine knows, my boy. But, like, it just didn't seem likely to me that in the travel from going from there back to wherever Egwene and Elaine and Nynaeve are, like, I don't know why she would be talking to Elaine about all the stuff that Rand just told her right then. That just doesn't seem like a Moiraine thing to do. And then I think Moiraine also says later on, like, I wasn't gonna say anything about this, about the girl being in the room at all. She wasn't even gonna say anything, period. But Elaine is the one that let it loose because she was like in her feels about it. So it's like all of that just seems like, it seems like if she is the one that told Elaine, she would have told Elaine not to say anything to anybody about. I don't know. It seemed wild to me. It seemed a little wild. Not super duper wild, just a little wild,
Chapter
But yeah. Miasma. And then another short chapter here. Well, not another short chapter, but really our shortest chapter of this reading, excuse me, is chapter 4.
Chapter 4. Strings.
You know what I mean? Strings. And this is where we get yet another POV switch to our boy Tom Maryland, my guy. And I was happy to be back with Tom. And then we pull up on him, I guess. Yo, the way we pull up on Tom is he's like doing absolutely dastardly deeds. It's just kind of wild. Let's see how we meet Tom here.
Tom Maryland sprinkled sand across what he had written to blot the ink, then carefully poured the sand back into its jar and flipped the lid shut. Riffling through the papers scattered in rough piles across the table, 6 tallow candles made fire a real danger, but he needed the light. He selected a crumpled sheet marred by an ink blot. Carefully, he compared it with what he had written, then stroked a long white moustache with a thumb in satisfaction, and permitted himself a leathery-faced smile. The High Lord Carlion himself would have thought it was his own hand. Be wary. Your husband suspects. Only those words, and no signature. Now, if he could arrange for the High Lord Tadosian to find it where his wife, the Lady Altama, might carelessly have left it. A knock sounded at the door, and he jumped. No one came to see him at this time of the night. "A moment," he called, hastily stuffing pens and inkpots and selected papers into a battered writing chest. "A moment while I put on a shirt." Locking the chest, he shoved it under the table where it might escape casual notice, and ran an eye over his small windowless room to see if he had left anything out that should not be seen. Hoops and balls for juggling littered his narrow, unmade bed, and lay among his shaving things on a single shelf with fire wands and small items for sleight of hand. His gleeman's cloak, covered with loose patches in 100 colours, hung from a peg on the wall along with his spare clothes and the hard leather cases holding his harp and flute. A woman's diaphanous red silk scarf was tied around the strap of the harp case, but it could have belonged to anyone. He was not sure he remembered who had tied it there. He tried to pay no more attention to one woman than any other, and all of it light-hearted and laughing. Make them laugh, even make them sigh, but avoid entanglements. That was his motto.
Bruh, I love Tom, bruh. I remember not being a fan of Tom at first. And I don't mean like not being a fan of him. I was just like, bro, what the hell is going on? But then he literally teaches them how to survive, how to, they make so much, they're able to survive and make money along the way. Excuse me, from the teaching of Tom Marilyn, and then he saves their life, and then he comes back, and then Matt and Tom are together, and I love Matt and Tom together, and that's one of my first notes as he opens the door and realizes that it's Matt. I'm like, more Matt and Tom, yay! And I was just so happy about that. I was just so happy about that, yo. And then my next note is Matt is hilarious, just because I love how Matt was just talking. He was just talking his mess, and they were just having a good time, yo. And he was like, I love when he was like, the reason why this stuff is happening, and he's like, if you say Taviran, Tom, I swear to God, I'm walking out. You gotta be tired of that shit. That is so funny. Like, yo. Like, he is not playing. And I like that he's like his boy. I like that they've become bros. Like more than anything, like Matt looks out for Tom. Like, I just like them together, bro. Like them together is just every time they're together, it's a highlight. They're so similar and so different, and it's just, I love it. I love the way Tom is like, I don't know, man. You know what I mean? He's like, he's a good guy. And then I still feel so bad for him that he lost his girl that he was with, like bruh, just because some people saw him talking to Rand, they went and murdered his girlfriend. Like, that is diabolical, bro. That is diabolical. And then also we see how just being in Tom's point of view shows how much he knows. He even talks about how he would be able to make money from people who didn't think he would be able to be all limber and doing backflips and stuff like that, Like, he even says it about that. He's like, yo, ever since I got this limp, damn it, I can't be who I want to be anymore. And that's just funny. Like, it's not funny, of course, but it's just, he's funny. And then he's like, yo, such as Rand going and saying, that's what. No, you'd not have to ask if it had. A prickling made Tom shift his shoulders, but he blew a blue-gray streamer of smoke as calmly as he could and took his chair, stretching his gimpy leg out in front of him. I was like, come on, son, what are we doing, G? What are we doing? This is crazy. I was like, yo, that's wild. Matt drew a deep breath and then let everything out in a rush. The playing card tried to kill me. The Amerlin and the High Lord, and I didn't dream it. Tom, that's why those puffed up jack jaws don't want to gamble anymore. They're afraid it will happen again. Tom, I'm thinking of leaving Tyr. Like, bro, get up out of there, bro. I just love it. I love it. I love how honest he is. How he's just like, yo, let's get up out of here. Let's go. And he's like, yo, there are towns where they think the Dragon Reborn hasn't even drawn a breath yet. Nobody's given a thought to bloody prophecies or dragons. And they think that, Madral and Trollocs are just traveler tales. Like, and I'm like, damn, that is kind of crazy to think that people don't even know that this whole war is going on. That's very rarely something that's mentioned in stuff like this. But even though people do know a whole war is going on in a lot of places still. And he's like, I cannot believe you have someone watching you the whole time. And he's like, yep, I sure do. Do you know anybody who won't tell an Aes Sedai what she wants to know? I've never seen anyone good at sneaking about as you. And I mean that as a compliment. So can you help me out? And then Matt's like, yo, there's so much gold to be had here. And there's a big eyed girl in the kitchen who likes a little kiss and tickle. And one of the maids has hair like silk to her waist and the roundest. It's like, yo, Matt, chill, my guy. You're a menace. Yo, Matt is a menace, bruh. He's a horn dog and a menace. And this is my part right here. Have you considered that maybe it's because if you mention Tavir and Tom, I'm leaving? Like, yeah, I feel that. I feel that, bro. I feel that for sure, man. And then of course he's like, all right, I guess I'll be leaving in the morning. But of course, he's probably not gonna be leaving in the morning. And they end up sitting down and playing a little game. Did I ever tell you about the wager I made with the Damani woman? Like, what? Tom has the craziest stories. He's just crazy, bro. And that's the end of chapter 4 there, yo. What a good chapter yet again, brothers. Like, that was a super short chapter right there. Woo. And now, well, let's see. Tom is so clever. He really is, though. And he's a menace for setting up that lady. Like, that's just ministry right there. I love them together, too. It's always a good time when Matt and Tom are together. Yeah, they're the best buddy cop spinoff. Exactly, yo. Exactly. I would definitely want to live somewhere Trollocs and Midrol are just traveler tales. Yeah, very true. But it's like, where is that, truthfully? Truthfully? You know? All right, and now we are getting into almost our final chapter of the night. Yo, this was another shorter chapter. This chapter was only 25 minutes versus all the other chapters which were definitely over 30 and some being over an hour. Some being over an hour and 30 minutes. Isn't that crazy? Chapter 1 was over an hour and 30 minutes, and so was chapter 2. Like, that's just diabolical, Robert Jordan, to be writing such long chapters, bro. Like, that is just insanity, brother. That's just insanity. Next up, the Wonder Girls go to interrogation school. That's right, and that all starts in
Chapter 5. Questioners. They should be back by now. Egwene fluttered the painted silk fan vigorously, glad the nights were at
Another
least a little
POV
cooler than the
switch?
days. Tyran women carried the fans all the time, the nobles at least, and the wealthy. But as far as she could see, they did no good at all, except when the sun was down, and not much then. Even the lamps, great golden mirrored things on silvered wall brackets, seemed to add to the heat. What can be keeping them? An hour, Moraine had promised them, for the first time in days, and then she had left without explanation after a bare 5 minutes. Did she give any hint of why they wanted her, Avienda, or who wanted her, for that matter? Seated cross-legged on the floor beside the door, large green eyes startling in her dark-tanned face, the Aiel woman shrugged. In coat and breeches and soft boots, shufa looped about her neck, she appeared unarmed. Kyrene whispered her message to Moraine, said I. It would not have been proper to listen. I'm sorry, said I. Guiltily, Egwene fingered the great serpent ring on her right hand, the golden serpent biting its own tail. As an accepted, she should have been wearing it on the third finger of her left hand. But letting the High Lords believe that they had 4 full Aes Sedai inside the stone kept them on their best manners, or what passed for manners among Tyran nobles. Moraine did not lie, of course. She never said they were more than accepted, but she never said they were accepted either, and let everyone think what they wanted to think, believe what they thought they saw. Moraine could not lie, but she could make truth dance a fine jig.
but she can make truth dance a fine jig, yo. So we start off with Egwene and Evienda, obviously, and then we also find out that Nynaeve is here as well, and they are sitting here with Joya, Nagoyan, and Amiko, who are some of, yeah, I believe that's right, and they are sitting here with some of the Black Aja that that escaped. Uh, oh, Amiko Nagoyan, that's her name. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, I didn't even realize that that was. I see what I did. That's my fault. Amiko is Nagoyan. Oh, here's my pen. It's a. No wonder I was a little confused there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so we see that they got Joya and Amiko tied up in this place, questioning them about different stuff. Egwene has like woven a shield on them to make sure that they are blocked from touching the source, and they are kind of unshielding and shielding them, asking questions and kind of locking them up and all doing all this different stuff. Uh, Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And Amiko had been still during her capture, and she was still able to sense this true source, but never again allowed to touch it. Never again able to channel. And her loss would be there for as long as she lived. Sidar forever out of reach. Egwene wished she could find it in her. She could. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Egwene wished she could find in herself even a shred of pity. And it's like, damn, that's crazy. And then as to where Joya has been absolutely full of cap, we see Amiko, who's like sounding tired and utterly beaten and not at all the way she sounded when they were the prisoners and she was the Gowler. Before we left the tower, I knew only Leandrin, Chesmal, and Rihanna. No one knew more than 2 or 3 others. Except Leandrin. I have told you everything I know. So we get some other names, some of the other Black Aja. So far, from their point of view, they only know of 5 of the Black Aja out of the 12 that there are. So they got 5 down, but they're still looking for 6 other Black Aja at this point because they know Joya, they know Amiko, they know Leandrin, Chesmel, and then Rihanna. Other than that, they don't really know what's going on. So they trying to figure out who else is here and who else is there. And then they just tell them to basically say the stuff that they've already said in different ways, which is funny because it's like, bro, you're not going to get more information. Like, like what? Like, what are we doing here? Like, what's going on? And then Avienda shudders and she makes a note of, yo, what's up with her face? She Amiko's face does not have the look she did as if years had passed her by. Not as much as she did. Is that because she was stilled? And she's all like, ew. And then we find out that relatively few Aes Sedai have ever been burned out. I think that's a new term that we hear is burned out. And maybe not a new term. Maybe we have heard that before. And far fewer stilled. Burned out was what it was called when it happened by accident, and stilling resulted from trial and sentence. So I guess somebody can accidentally cut themselves off from the true source if they, get too drunk on it. I'm pretty sure being burned out is overdosing. Uh, and then we find out no one's been able to heal stilling either, and there had been attempts, but it just had never happened. But the Brown Aja obviously are always studying stuff. But that's kind of the gist of what we got there. Joya starts being full of cap. She's like, yo, I repent in the name of the creator and all of the light we walk in. It's like, bruh, shut the hell up. You're full of shit. Obviously. And then we find out that they have like a fake dragon that they're about to basically they're gonna utilize a fake dragon, turn him up to the max, and then let him go on a killing spree in order to make people not believe in the real dragon who is Rand, inevitably knowing that Rand and that dude will fight, but no one needs to know who the actual real dragon is. All they're gonna care is that there was a dragon of some kind, or someone that was proclaiming to be the dragon that went on a murder spree and will be turning people away from the grace of the dragon. So it's like, damn. Damn, we fought, it was like, damn, that is so much. Holy shit, that's crazy. He will be crushed before the last battle even begins by the very ones he was meant to save. The Dark One will break free. The day of Tarman Gaidan will come, and the shadow will cover the earth and remake the pattern for all time. That is Leandrin's plan. And it's like, okay, yeah, Joya is lying. I'm sure she is. And it's like, bro, yeah, she's lying. They're both full of shit. But are they full of shit? But are they lying? Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. And then boom, Moiraine kicks the door in and she's pissed. And I love that she comes in venting to the girls. That is just so, I just love it. I love it. We haven't seen Moiraine do something like this before, but I feel like this is I love these types of moments that just can recontextualize. Don't know if that's a word. That she is a human, that she has these human feelings, and that she does get irritated when things don't go her way. And it's I like those types of moments a lot. But yeah, that's how we end the chapter, is with Moiraine coming in fuming. I think they're legally blonde in this chapter. I mean, bro, basically, we've asked them the same questions every time, and mostly we get the same answer. What are we doing wrong? Why are you guys not asking different questions? Why are we not changing up things? Taking out half ain't bad, right? I mean, they only know of half. I don't know if they took out half, did they? Because they just know of Leandrin, Chesmel, and Rihanna. I don't think they actually took them out, right? They only have Amiko and Joya. So they only have 2 people out of 12. So there's still 10 people, if I'm not mistaken. Or did someone die? Maybe someone died. I can't exactly remember. Doesn't matter if you look younger if you can't get that sweet crack 1 power. Bruh, yeah, they were definitely treating the 1 power like it was meth. Amphetamine. I think that was Lex Luthor's plan in the new Superman. Oh shit, it was. Robert Jordan's the blueprint. Wheel of Time is definitely the blueprint, though. I'm not gonna lie. Seems a great strategy. Prop up a false dragon so you can then be the solution and your job is still relevant. Red Aja, whatever pays the bills. Yeah, exactly. What is that? What is that movie called with Jake Gyllenhaal? Night Driver, Night Rider, Night Watcher. When he's like he causes the crimes so he can come as the photographer and take pictures of those crimes. Yeah, badass. Not badass, but badass. You know, that's really bad. Not a good idea, but badass still, you know? Badass. And that is chapter 5. Well, in chapter 5 we also we've already kind of talked about a lot of the stuff that happens in this chapter, like Egwene basically telling Elaine, nah, homegirl, it's all good, you can have them. And then Elaine is kind of crashing out over wanting Rand but not knowing why she wants Rand when they don't really know each other. And again, Egwene being like, shorty, you can have them, I want them not. And then we just left him being like all frustrated and trying not to, you know, dabble in the nectar of Barrelane. You know, he was like, yo, I must not dabble in the nectar of Barrelane. Bro, when he came through with that, yo, I cannot give you what you deserve line, I was like, oh yeah, bro. He wants to do some dragon things to you. Dragging them nuts on your face. But yeah, that's chapter 5. But I do like that. I do also want to make the note that I do like that they're able to kind of sit and just kind of talk. And I don't know if the word is gossip, but they're able to have girl talk, quote unquote, regardless of what the hell is going on, you know? You know, like, oh yeah, shit's going down. It's a bad time right now. But also, I love Rand and I want to profess my love to him, but he doesn't even know who I am. What do we do about this? I just like that. That's funny to me, yo. Did Robert Jordan have daughters or anything like that? I feel like he understands. I don't. Okay, as a man, maybe I shouldn't say he understands women. Maybe I shouldn't say maybe I shouldn't say that. But I feel like as I will say, as a man who was raised by a woman and raised by like around a lot of women as I was growing up, the takes he has on the different types of women that there are in the world do seem very accurate. That's all I'll say. I don't know if I can even say that. I don't know. I don't know. I hope I'm not crossing any boundaries. But I'm just saying, I know a lot of women, and I know women that are like a lot of these women that are in this, and it makes me laugh because, like, it's like, yeah, yo, that's how just humans are, right? Like, they can at one point be locked in, torturing a person almost, and ready to question them, and then the next moment they're just chilling and just talking about their days as if things are normal. And I like that we get to have these just normal human moments with everyone, not just the girls in this moment, but also with the dude, like with the boys and with Rand and with Matt and Tom, like as they sit there and just they start, shooting dice or playing stones or whatever they're doing, like. There's just moments of people being authentic and raw of who they are at the core of all this other stuff that they're forced into because life, they're still this other person and they still have their own wants, needs, and desires that will come up periodically periodically. Let's just sit with that. And I think that's dope. I think you'd have to be more specific on which women in what you're talking about. Well, specifically right now, I'm talking about these three. You know, like, and in what circumstances, to see if that resonates with the female audience. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. But I mean, just them talking, like, just sitting here and talking about how she likes Rand, and if she doesn't know why she likes Rand. Like, I've heard that conversation amongst, like, I've heard that convo, and it'd be like, yo, don't worry about it, da 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 da, or whatever. And I like how Nynaeve is like the big sisters, like, the big sister vibe to the two of them, even though they're all like kind of even though they're all kind of eye to eye, she still takes that motherly role in all of that different stuff and still cares about them. And then, like, when Moiraine shoots that little dig about Lan and stuff too, like, it's just like I love that type of dynamic that they have between each other. For real, I think it's pretty crazy. But as well, like, Robert Jordan's just, yes, okay, I think you just said it. Yeah, for this being like from the 90s and shit, like, he is 100% ahead of his time when it comes to the portrayal of, like, women, period. Like, being able to have them just being normal people and not overly this or overly that, but having them all have their own specific characteristics, and it's not just like a caricature of the same thing over and over again or anything like that, right? Like, on all these different levels, everyone is so complex, and just, it's like, yo, especially for how old this stuff is, it's just very awesome. It's fucking awesome to see him, like, do all of this stuff. And I mean, we've obviously heard, this is our 4th book now, so of course we have heard from some of the female audience that the sentiment that I'm saying is backed by some of that. But it's just wild, bro, to see how all of that just continues to transpire and evolve with every character. And the fact that he gives just as much care to the female characters as he does the male characters. It's like, yeah, bro, like, and then in some stances, I like the female characters more than the male characters, and it goes back and forth. It's like, what the hell are they doing? They're making terrible decisions. Or what are they doing? They're making terrible decisions. Oh no, they're all just making, like young adult hormonal decisions, as well as young adult making bad decisions. It's just so, and then how old was Robert Jordan writing this about these young kids going through, well, not kids, but they are kids, I guess. It's like these younglings going through life and trying to overcome, like, reality. It's like adulting. Like, damn, it's crazy. I think that is why there's so much rereading. We all love the characters because they are real. Exactly. They do feel very real. Very real. And I think that's a good place to leave it off as we get into
Chapter 6. Doorways. Rand al'Thor, Moraine told the air in a low, tight voice, is a mule-headed, stone-willed fool of a man. Elaine lifted her chin angrily. Her childhood nurse, Linny, used to say you could weave silk from pig bristles before you could make a man anything but a man. But that was no excuse for Rand. We breed them that way in the Two Rivers. Nynaeve was suddenly all half-suppressed smiles and satisfaction. She seldom hid her dislike of the Aes Sedai half as well as she thought she did. Two Rivers women never had any trouble with them. From the startled look Egwene gave her, that was a lie big enough to warrant having her mouth washed out. Moraine's brows drew down as if she were about to reply to Nynaeve in harder kind. Elaine stirred, but she could not find anything to say that would head off argument. Rand kept dancing through her head. He had no right. But what right did she have? Egwene spoke instead. What did he do, Moraine? The Aes Sedai's eyes swung to Egwene, a stare so hard that the younger woman stepped back and snapped her fan open, nervously fluttering it at her face. But Moraine's gaze settled on Joya and Amico, the one watching her warily, the other bound and unaware of anything but the far wall. Elaine gave a small start at realizing Joya was not bound. Hastily, she checked the shield blocking the woman from the true source. She hoped none of the others had noticed her jump. Joya frightened her nearly to death, but Egwene and Nynaeve were no more scared of the woman than Moraine was. Sometimes it was difficult being as brave as the daughter heir of Andor should be. She often found herself wishing she could manage as well as those two. The gods, Moraine.
I mean, yo, I just love how Moiraine just starts popping off. She don't even realize that She don't even realize, bro, like that stuff is going down the way it is. Like, I just love that. And then she just walks up on Joya, who's nearly a head taller, it says, but she had also been dressed in silks. Like, yeah. And then she's like, all right, y'all getting the hell up out of here. We're done with you. We have no reason for you guys to be here. And then I also love the way that when, Moiraine starts using Saidar and all this stuff to do things, it says only another woman trained to channel could have seen it. Just letting us know this is how all this stuff works. And I liked how there's like little digs at Nynaeve every once in a while about her not being able to channel as good as everybody else, but she is clearly stronger than everybody else. Like, she's stronger than everyone, but she's literally not as skilled as anybody as well. She's the most powerful, but also the least skilled. That is lovely. I think everybody always says she's basically the Hulk. You won't like me when I'm angry. And they even say that multiple times, like, she's only able to do this different stuff when she's when she's mad. She ain't even got the sauce like that. Moiraine goes off and kind of tells them, yo, y'all doing the same shit that we've been doing. Like, I mean, y'all just keep doing the same thing again and again. Da, 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 da. Once they get put onto the ship, we find out that Moiraine is shipping them to the White Tower. And she has like a whole set of rules for the ships to follow. Like, have this many people outside of this and that outside of this because this is going to be like this here, and I love that. And then Nynaeve, of course, set tripping like 3 times, only 3 times you've consented to help us question them. This time you vanished before we begin. Now you calmly announce your like, and she's just popping off, and she's like, yo. And then I love Moiraine always putting everybody in their place. Like, do not presume on the Amerlin's authority too far. Like, she might be the reason why you out here, but she ain't, she ain't the reason why you gonna be able to talk to me any kind of motherfucking way. And it's like, oh shit, my bad, Moiraine. My bad, Moirizzle. I forgot, I forgot you had the sauce like that. you know? Um, Can I? Oh, oh, no. Okay, that's fine. Oh, wait. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, right here. It says, oh yeah, after that, she's like, Um. Oh yeah, YouTube Rivers people seem to work at avoiding decisions that must be made. She says, like Moiraine was popping off. She was pissed. She was like, "Pull yourself together, Elaine. How can you carry out the Amerlin's orders if you think every land has the customs you were born to? I do not know." And I do not know why you are so upset. Do not let your feelings hurt others. What do you mean? What customs? What are you talking about? Barrelade was in Rand's chambers. She was pissed. She was in her feels about that shit. Her eyes flickered guiltily toward Egwene. Surely she had kept her own feelings hidden. Like, no, you didn't keep your feelings hidden at all. Like, you didn't keep them hidden even in the slightest. Moiraine gave her a reproachful look. I would have spared you this if I could, Egwene. If Elaine had not let her disgust with Berelain overcome her sense. The customs of Myrene, whatever, blah, 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 blah. He belongs to the pattern and to history. Like, just absolutely cooking, bro. I just love it. I love this chapter. And they're like, healed? What happened to him? Oh, he almost died. No biggie. And it's like, bro, what? Like, Moiraine was so mad that she was calm. Like, she's just bubbles of evil drifting through the pattern, reflections leaping out of mirrors, random mass of blood and wounds, almost as an afterthought. Moiraine added that she was sure Perrin and Matt experienced something too. No big deal. Like, bro, come on, son. Give us a little bit more than that. Like, what's happening? That's just so funny, bro. Like, that's just so funny.
I pointed out the verse that applies here, and he quoted it to me.
Oh, yeah.
He has decided to find out for himself what the prophecies of the dragon say. Moraine's face remained.
Okay. Wait, yeah, okay, good to know. I needed to know where we were with that. Oh, yeah, this is where we find out. This is where we find out literally everyone is filled with plans and plots, right? Moiraine is like, all right, bet. Well, here's the plan that I have. And she basically lets him know, like, a false dragon, strong enough to threaten, They'll stand by. More riddles? That's what I like about Nynaeve, too. She's like, bro, these riddles. Let's get to this meat and potatoes. Here we go. War will come whether Rand begins it or not. The Forsaken will not stand idly by and wait. Samael cannot be the only one to have seized a nation's reins. How many will cry glory to the dragon's banner and follow him to Tarman Gaiden? A false dragon perhaps strong enough to threaten them if they do not move against him first. Like, yo, it's just like so much stuff going on here. Nothing makes this war better or cleaner, except that it will cement that the Tyrian it will cement the Tyrians to him, and the Illianers will end up following him just as the Tyrants do now. How could they not once the dragon banner flies over Ilion? Just the news of his victory might decide the wars in Terabon and Aradomon in his favor. There are wars ended for you. In one stroke, he will make himself so strong in terms of men and swords that only a coalition of every remaining nation from here to the Blight can defeat him. And it's like, damn. Why do I feel like they're also foreseeing the future as to what's about to happen? And then she's like, how can reading put him in trouble? Yeah, I love that. She's like, he must move first. And what does he do? He reads.
Remained cool and smooth, but suddenly she sounded almost as tired as
Yo,
Elaine
what's up with
felt.
Occam?
They may have been prescribed in Tyr, but the chief librarian had 9 different translations in a locked chest. Rand has them all now. I pointed out the verse that applies here, and he quoted it to me from an old Kandori translation. Power of the shadow made human flesh, wakened to turmoil, strife, and ruin. The reborn one, marked and bleeding, dances the sword in dreams and mist, chains the shadow sworn to his will, from the city lost and forsaken, leads the spears to war once more, breaks the spears and makes them see truth long hidden in the ancient dream.
Like, bruh. Like, man. And then I think it's kind of interesting that I think she misunderstands the translation here a little bit, in my opinion. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping, because she immediately says he's gonna lead the Terran spears to war, chain Samael, and all this other stuff. But I kind of seen it maybe as the spears of the Aiel that he's gonna lead once more. But I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, bro, because it just seems like to lead the spears once more, it seems very much so more heavily focused. Like anything when it comes to spears seems way more about them than it does about. I didn't even know the tyrants had anything to do with spears up until this point. You know what I mean? Like, I thought the Aiel was the only ones that was the spear people. You feel me? Um, yeah, I was definitely. Wait. Occam says, okay, we got to get your predictions on that prophecy. Oh, okay. I don't know. Power of the shadow made human flesh. That kind of sounds like. It kind of sounds like the Dark One becoming a human. But I don't know. I don't know. Because shadow, power of the shadow, that's kind of the vibe I'm getting there. But I don't know. I don't know. Weaken to turmoil, strife, and ruin. Power of the shadow made human flesh, weakened to turmoil, strife, and ruin. I don't know, bro. That. Huh. Okay. Okay. All right. So the reborn one, marked and bleeding, dances with the sword in dreams and mist, chains the shadow sworn to his will from the city lost and forsaken, leads the spears to war once more, breaks the spears and makes them see truth long hidden in the ancient dream. Everything sounds like exactly what's going on right now. That's what I was about to say. Like, this all sounds like what we're literally going through. Like, did he not just dance with the sword in the dream realm? Did that not just happen? And is he not marked with a wound that is not healing right? Like, and is the reborn one not the dragon reborn? Like, that seems like exactly what we're doing right now. I don't know about chaining the shadow sworn to his will. I don't know if that's like about like I don't know. It just seems exactly about what's happening. That seems like exactly what's happening right now. And it makes me, yes, I was about to say, what you just said, LBF. You said it before I could say it. I was about to say, it sounds like the shit that we know from that, you know? It sounds like this shit that from the show about him breaking the whole, basically breaking the curse and making him remember. But it's very interesting that they would have this. That is something that refers to the original Aiels, the Tuatha, and all that. I don't know. Interesting. But so I guess I am right about her being wrong about what she thinks the prophecy means. So how many prophecies are wrong then, bro? Holy shit. If this prophecy is wrong and she's so sure about it, and I'm like, nah, that's obviously about the the Aiel. How many other prophecies are being misinterpreted? Misinterpretation of a prophecy is very bad. I mean, I guess it could be bad. Because if you don't know what the actual interpretation is supposed to be and you're expecting it to mean A, but it really means B. I'm just saying, like, if she is misinterpreting this prophecy in the terms of lead the Tyrian spears to war, chain Samael, and he has fulfilled the verse. You know what I mean? Like, that's what she thinks it is. But in my brain, I'm like, I don't know. Interesting. We'll see. He runs after shadows, Samael or Raven or Lanfear may have him by the throat before I can convince him of his mistake. He's desperate. I am also desperate. I have dedicated my life to finding him, and I'll not let him fail if I can prevent it. I'm almost desperate enough to. Desperate enough to what, Moiraine? What the hell are you talking about? What are you almost desperate enough to do? I like again, I love how Moiraine always has to school him and she's like, wait, do we hold on, before I say something else, I feel like oh no, never mind. I was wrong. Mm. Oh yeah, yeah, and then they talk about the door, right? The great holding kept in a filthy series of crowded rooms, buried even deeper than the dungeons. We spent an entire day down there to see if Leandrin or her friends took anything. I don't think they did. The temptation to prod Moiraine was apparently too great to avoid, for she added, you would know all this if you had given us a little more time. Moiraine took notice, took no notice. I love that. There's one particular. Oh. There is one particular ter'angreal in the holding, a thing like a redstone door frame, subtly twisted to the eye. If I cannot make him reach some decision, I may have to step through. Of course, this is when we get our little crash course on all of the Angreals that there are. The ter'angreal, the Angreal, the sa'angreal. You know what I mean? And we also get reminded that Egwene has her ter'angreal that only the three girls, the three women know about, and Moiraine doesn't even know about this. But yeah, it just tells us that the ter'angreal are fragments of the Age of Legend. Ter'angreal used the power instead of magnifying it. Each had apparently made to do one thing and one thing alone. And they talk about how the Oath Rod and all this other stuff. We kind of know about all of that already, but it's a good crash course, a good refresher on all those good things going on. And this is when we find out more about this red door. There are 3 answers, each true about past, present, and future. Billy under the hill is brought up here, who she thinks of. And then obviously Nynaeve, being naive, is like, this solves all of our problems. Why don't we just ask about the names of the things? Like, I don't even know. Like, why wouldn't we do this? We should have been done this by now. It's stupid to herp-a-derp-a-derp-a-derp. And then Moiraine is like, you 3 rush in blindly where land and 100 warders would tread lightly. Why do you think I haven't done it? Huh? And then they both just say, nobody says anything. And she's like, dumbasses, I haven't done it because there are rules and dangers. No one steps through more than once, only once. You ask 3 questions and they cannot be tainted by the shadow or touched by the shadow in any way. And every question about Rand or the Dragon Reborn or any of this stuff is all questions that touch the shadow. This is our last ditch Hail Mary effort to try and find out if something is going awry. And I need y'all to understand that and lock the fuck in. I really I just love when Moiraine talks to them like that, because it's so obvious that they think Moiraine is like just stupid or something, or just does not know how to do her job. And as as a father, that is something that kids do very well. It's like they don't know. It's like, nah. Like, I definitely know more than you do about everything. So why the hell do I need to listen to you about anything? Kids are just ignorant. uh and then she's like, yo, go keep on questioning if you want to. Like, what? They've given you all of the information and all the answers that they have to give, and now it's up to you to piece all of these things together. You can either piece it together or you cannot. You want to go question them again? Go question them again if you want to. Go head on questioning. And then this is where we get some more of that quote unquote girl talk between the, what are they called? The Hunters 3? Is that what they were called? I can't exactly remember. They start talking about more gays and Lord Gabriel, who no one even knows who the hell Lord Gabriel is, but he's somehow this person that is like super locked in with her mother. And they're like, bro, what does this even mean? How is that possible? Like, kind of just talking about that. And then she's also like, I want to marry him. Like Elaine just basically flat out professes her love. Elaine just flat out just says that for Rand. And again, Eggy is just chilling. She cares not. She's like, yo, you want him? You can have him. I'm about to be the dopest Aes Sedai up in this bitch, and that's really all I'm locked in with right now. But she also was really, really like tripping about Berylane being all up in his room as well, even if she tried not to show it. And I love the way that Moiraine is like, that is not a question for you to worry about. Or Nynaeve says it. One of them say it to her. They're like, yo, that is Elaine's question. That's Elaine's man to be worried about, not yours. Immediately locking in. I just like it. Yeah, I like this chapter. This was a solid chapter. Yeah, and we're just kind of at this pivotal point of everyone is probably about to, disperse and go their separate ways yet again, even though they're not even technically together right now, right? Like they're not even together at this moment, which is crazy. Oh shit! Excuse me. We are locked in, y'all. But I believe that is basically the end of the chapter. I guess the hunters are just on their way to not Eamon's Field. Okay, I was about to say that, but no. They're on their way to Tanchico, to see what's going on. They're on their way to Tanchico to get locked in and see what the hell is happening. One hell of a chapter. Like, honestly, just great. It's giving a little Spaceballs. We're in now, sir. Yo, I love Spaceballs. Well, that sounds wild, but I'm so hyped for Spaceballs too. I'm not saying that's all the prophecy means, but it's related. Nice thing about prophecies are they're so vague and they're open to interpretation. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. But I feel like that kind of kills the point of a prophecy, right? If a prophecy is open for interpretation, does that just mean you can do anything? Well, I guess that doesn't kill the point of a prophecy. Because now that I think about it, that shit do get mad specific, so it allows for a lot of loopholes. It'll be like, no, you have to do this thing. So in a show, they'll like just take the water from a river and then they'll put it over their head, and that's them bathing in the river because they just take a little bit of the water from the river because technically the prophecy says you need to bathe in the river. You know what I mean? Moiraine is always right though. So attacking Samael and Ilion makes sense. No. I mean, it does make sense, but sometimes doing the thing that makes sense is what doesn't make is what makes it not make sense. And that's why I think it's important to circle back around to the thing that Rand said is I'm not going to do what anyone expects me to do. I think that's probably the best thing that he could have said in that moment, because no doubt all of the Forsaken are taking over these cities and these towns with the thought of having to face the Dragon Reborn at some point. So it's like, if that's what they also want him to do, right? Like, is every time someone is murdered or every time someone is dead or killed or every time a Forsaken is beaten, does that mean that the seal becomes weaker? Like, are the seals connected to each other or something like that? So where it's like, oh, every Forsaken that you take out is another seal that is left weaker on the Dark One's tomb, which will allow for more bubbles to bleed over and all of this other stuff, you know? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I can't wait for the next chapters. Yeah. I'm pretty hyped for the next chapters, too. I can't wait for all the rest of the chapters in this book. Okay. Y'all just like this book. I feel that. This book is overall a steady ramp up with a large amount of chapters throwing spikes on the curve. Wow. The redstone door frame? What could that be? Jordan going, it's been a year since my last book came out. Remember what these nonsense words I made up mean? Yeah, exactly. And I love that. I've been saying that, yo. It's like a refresher crash course of all the things that have happened in all of the books, basically. Everything here is all of the information that you have been told from books 1 through 3. You need to know all of this information. All of the stuff that you forget about, it's all about everything that you forgot about's about to come up. Everything. Yep, even Rima. Yep, even her. I know you forgot, but she's coming soon. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, damn, bro. Such a good job of just setting the gosh darn stage. The best kind of door frame is red. All of the doors in my house would have redstone door frames, but the contractor's prices was way too high. That would be both amazing and cool, and I would probably dread going through each time. That's a good point. That's a good point. Real expensive for a doorway you can only go through once. Real expensive every time. I know you two were sort of engaged forever, but I'm gonna just slide into his DMs. And she's like, yeah, go for it. Like, slide, slizzle slide. I know you was engaged, but I'm gonna go ahead and slizzide in the disms. And she was like, bet. We just like brother and sister anyway. Like, what, son? Moiraine has read at least 10 chapters ahead. Just going to Tanchico to tan on the beach. The hills of Tanchico. Exactly. Exactly. I knew you would understand. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, I was about to say. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, okay. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be checking out. It's next week is going to be episode 2, covering chapters 7 through 12 in book 4 of the Wheel of Time. I think it's going to be a good old time, yo. Today we covered chapters 1 through 6 we were talking, we were theorizing, nerding out and stuff. I started doing stuff for my detective board, but I just do not know what to do or what to put on there. So next week I should have something figured out, maybe, but I'm not sure. Okay? Okay. But yeah, next week we're gonna be covering chapters 7 through 12. I think that'll be a good time, a good vibe indeed. All the way around. So what do you think is next in the story? I feel like I was saying, I feel like we have the table set essentially already. So now I think what's next is going kind of deeper into the story and now actually starting to kick things off. So I think people will start to go their separate ways. I think the Hunters 3 go their separate ways and do their own thing. Um, Matt and Tom, maybe Matt, Tom, and the girls all leave together or something like that. I think that could be a possibility, and they go do something. It seems like it's possible that the girls might get on the ship to go back to the White Tower in order to use the Red Door, but I don't know if that's exactly what's gonna happen. I faintly remember people saying that they didn't know what was gonna happen in the books with Matt and the Red Door or something like that. I just can't remember exactly what happened during the show. I mean, uh, so in my head, I know that Red Door matters just because of that. Um, but other than that, I really don't know what happens next. Like, I don't know what Rand's next decision is because, of course, he's already said that no one's gonna know his next move. You know, he already said that. He made that pretty clear. It's like his next move is gonna be some random shenanigans, and I like that. What's your prediction for the most important thing to happen in the next section, or what you most want to see in the next section? Uh, really, I just want everybody to kind of go off on their adventures. Honestly, I want whatever to happen. I want Matt and Tom together, and I want Rand and Perrin together. Those are my kind of two favorite things so far. And then have Fael obviously be with them and all of that. Like I love Fael and Perrin together as well. And then I want to know what's going on with Rand. I don't know if he gonna get him a lady or something. I don't know. I feel like him and Egwene are probably gonna have it out at some point, or arguing or something. Um, I think it would actually be dope to get. Actually, I want to know what Leandrin is up to. So that's actually my biggest want for the next section is maybe to get to see Leandrin's POV because we already got Elida's POV, we got the Shan Chan's POV, you know, like we got some of the baddies quote unquote POVs. So I think if we go into another baddies POV soon, I think hers would be another a good one to go to, so we can get a little bit of understanding of what's going on with Leandrin here. Because when I go into these books, when I go into everything, I obviously try to keep the show stuff completely separate. So that's why a lot of my like predictions and stuff, I try to not even talk about the show or any of that. I try not to think about the show legit at all because I just want to go strictly off of the vibes of what's happening currently in the book, you know? And I feel like there's been a couple of where the hell was Loyal during all of this actually? Um what the hell? They even talked about Loyal at one point. They like said they mentioned his name about something, but he wasn't there. All right, now I need to do something with. Now I need to know what's going on with Loyal. Hold on, where my dog at? Oh, oh, damn. Good call. Best not to think about the show because at this point, the show has diverged enough from the books that you can't really tell what will happen outside of overall plots. Yeah, I can't really. Yeah, I really don't. And I know that the show is mad different as well. So it's just like I try to just keep the show over there. Woo! But yeah, yo, with all that being said, that brings us to the end of episode 1 of our From Watcher to Reader season 4 season. It's been a really good episode today. We got to talk about a whole bunch, nerd out about a whole bunch more, and speculate about even more. You know what I'm saying? The nerding out and the speculation have been through the roof. Getting into the meat and potatoes next week, that's how I feel, bro. I definitely feel like not this episode. I feel like this was just setting the table. I love you guys. I feel like this was just setting the table, and I feel like the meal and all of the and everything is gonna actually start going on next week, yo. And that has me pumped. I love both the show and the books, of course. And the more you know about the books, the more you know how much love the show has for the books. No, I know that was one of my notes as well. Like as I was reading, I was just like, wow, it's pretty incredible how the show blended so much together. Like because it makes sense as to why they were tackling certain stuff early on, or saying these certain things early on, or setting the table for these certain things early on in order to, continue to change some other stuff. But it's like there's obviously things that have changed so much that I have no idea. Like the whole, like even like Elaine being madly in love with Rand. Like what? Like that threw me for an absolute loop, bro. Like I have no idea what's going on. So I'm so ready to just dive on into it, and I definitely will. What I'm gonna do for episode 2 for chapters 7 through 12 is while I'm reading the book, after every chapter, I'm going to do immediate reaction videos. I'm going to record my reaction to whatever it was I just read in that chapter, and then I'm hoping to splice all of those videos together and then put that out as like my chapter, like my section by section review, basically. That'll come out kind of in tandem with these, but those would specifically come out on our From Watcher to Reader YouTube page that we have right now. So make sure you guys go and go subscribe to the From Watcher to Reader YouTube channel that I have, because this is going to be the final season of Book Club that takes place on the Marvel Bros YouTube channel. All further seasons of Book Club and anything else is going to be on our From Watcher to Reader YouTube channel that is now up and rocking and rolling. Okay, so make sure you guys go check out From Watcher to Reader. I think the at for it is, I think it's From Watcher to Reader. It's like that. So make sure you guys go and subscribe to that, because that's where I'll be putting out the reaction videos that I do for this book and all foreseeable stuff in the future, like I was saying. Let me see. Here we go. And subscribe for future reaction book reactions. So there is the channel right there. Go and subscribe to From Watcher to Reader. That is where I will be dropping all future book club content. This season, we're going to be doing all of book 4 here on Marvel Bros channel, but for season 5 and season 5 and beyond for From Watcher to Reader of the Wheel of Time series is going to be on our From Watcher to Reader YouTube channel that we have started. Okay? Yo, what's up with that? How you doing, G? Hope you're having a good one. We're about to get up out of here, man. Glad to have you tune in at all, though. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Is that a Twitter thing? Do you have a YouTube link to the channel? YouTube does use @. What? Whoa, LBF. Your age is showing, my boy. It's okay. It's okay. I won't roast you too hard here, brother. It's all right. I can understand the confusion, you know? I can understand, man. Oh, jeez. What? Oh, that's right. I can just do... what's happening here, bruh? Wow, look at that right there, man. Crazy. It's almost like maybe you could put that in the search bar or something. Crazy. Just don't know how to find the YouTube channel with the only info from Watcher to Reader. Man, bro, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I feel like the most information you need is the you know? Like, I think the YouTube channel name might actually be one of the most important things you need in order to get it. I don't know. I might be, I don't know. I might be tripping. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? Who knows, you know? Who knows? If only I also put, so, you know, if only I also commented from the YouTube channel that you could then click and go to. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm just in the future. Future. But I also dropped the link for you too. So now you got everything that you need. You got the channel name, you got the for the channel, you got the link, and you got the shit in the chat. So hopefully one of those 4 ways work for you. Hopefully. I hope one of those 4 ways do work. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, from Watcher to Reader. Yes, my boy. That's what I said. That's what I said. I gave you the at. I commented as the page. I at the page. And I gave the link. Doesn't have any content yet. Okay. I think it's time to go ahead and end the stream and call it a night because yes, yeah. Because my brother in Christ, I know it doesn't have any content on there yet. That's what I was just saying. I was saying that all of these are going to be on this channel in the future. This new YouTube channel that does not have any content yet will have this From Watcher to Reader content on there. I will be making reaction videos as I go chapter by chapter for the rest of the book because the videos that I did for this chapter unfortunately became corrupted. But I will do it for the chapters going on from here. And then those will be some of the first videos that are going on there. And then I will also be posting the back catalog of From Watcher to Reader on the page as well. So please make sure you go check out From Watcher to Reader. I got the links all up in the thing. And then I'll also be I'll be pinning a comment to all of these YouTube videos as well so when everybody comes back from the for the rewatches or whatever, you guys will be able to see the pinned comment the From Watcher to Reader channel that you can go to. So definitely make sure you check that out and all that good stuff. Okay. Alrighty, I appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in with me tonight, and I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your day. It was yet another fantastic episode of From Watcher to Reader. I was a little late today, but that's because I had a whole bunch of other shit going on. So I'll be more on time with everything going forward, and I'm looking to shoot for that 3:30 mark to go live for From Watcher to Reader. 4:30 will probably be at the latest. And then if I don't get reading done, we'll just cover whatever chapters that I have finished within that time frame. But I don't think I'll be so busy that I'm not able to read anything. Excuse me at all. This is probably gonna be the last week that happens. So yeah. I hope everybody has a great rest of their day. I appreciate you, and I will see you on the next one. As I always say, stay awesome, stay nerdy, and don't forget to stay marvelous. Excelsior.
If you guys would like to support Mark Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.markbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the superfan. Or you can join our Patreon to get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch parties. We appreciate you guys. We'll catch you on the next one. Excelsior.
On today's pop culture news update.